You didn't just stumble onto this message by scrolling. Something deeper brought you here. And if your heart has been restless lately, if you've been feeling like you're standing on the edge of something you can't yet explain, then keep reading. Because this isn't ordinary encouragement. This is a divine alert, a supernatural pull, a call from the throne of heaven straight to your spirit. This isn't for everyone. In fact, most people won't understand it. It won't sit right with those who've made peace with predictability, who find identity in job titles and stability in paychecks. But if you're the one who's always asked quietly, "Why do I feel allergic to everything that's supposed to be normal?" then this was crafted for you. You've tried, you've applied, you've worked hard, but something in you keeps resisting the script you were handed. You were told to follow the steps: school, job, security. Yet every step felt heavier than it should. The more you tried to settle, the more unsettled you became. What if that tension isn't a flaw but a sign? Let me pause here to say this. Thank you, deeply. Sincerely thank you to those who've been supporting this channel through super thanks. You're not just being generous. You're participating in prophecy. You're helping bring heaven's sound to those who are on the verge of giving up, not knowing they were never meant to blend in. Your giving is an act of alignment. I see you. I honor you. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever felt like your soul actually rebels when you think about going after another job? Not out of pride, not out of fear, but because something sacred in you knows that's not where your oil is. That's not where your anointing flows. Maybe you've been called lazy, unmotivated, or unstable because of your resistance. But what if your resistance isn't rebellion, it's redirection? What if heaven has been shielding you from settling into something that would suffocate your calling? This message isn't about hustle. It's about holy instruction. God isn't saying don't work, He's saying don't waste your work. Don't pour divine oil into a system that was never designed for your kind. You are not here to be just another employee. You were never meant to fit neatly inside the world's economic machine. You are here as a blueprint bearer, a kingdom builder, a voice in the wilderness reminding others of who they are. And if right now you're wondering, could the very doors that refuse to open have actually been God's protection, not punishment, then you're hearing Him already. That's confirmation. Drop a 777 in the comments if your spirit is already resonating. That's not a number for luck, it's a number for completion. A sign that what's been hidden is coming full circle. And as you read on, I invite you to consider this. What if everything that has made you feel out of place was heaven's way of preparing you to take your place for real? Because what God is about to reveal next will change how you see your journey. The closed doors, the inner resistance, the deep longing, none of it was random. You've been rerouted for a reason. Keep reading, because the blueprint is about to be unlocked. And once you see it, you'll never chase the wrong thing again. God's chosen ones. God said, don't go after jobs, do this instead. You were never born to be a cog in their machine. That quiet unrest you've carried for years wasn't rebellion, it was revelation. From an early age, you were taught the rhythms of the world. Chase degrees, chase positions, chase security. But deep within you, something holy trembled. Have you ever wondered why the most logical steps felt like betrayal to your spirit? Why the praise of others didn't quiet the ache in your soul? You tried to silence it. You labeled yourself unstable, inconsistent, maybe even ungrateful. But what if you were simply refusing to bury your divine assignment under worldly expectations? You are not lazy. You are not lost. You are chosen. What if that haunting resistance you feel in boardrooms and job interviews is not dysfunction, but divine design? Just like Moses in Pharaoh's palace, dressed like royalty, trained like an Egyptian, yet restless in his spirit, you've been placed where you don't belong to. Awaken what cannot be silenced. Exodus 2:11 reminds us. Moses went out to where his own people were and watched them at their hard labor. Something broke inside him, something holy. Have you ever stood in a place that others called success, but felt like a stranger to your own life? The world built its systems to reward submission, not obedience. It trained you to trade destiny for predictability, but obedience to God rarely looks productive at first glance. It looks like Noah building an ark in a drought. It looks like David being anointed king and then returning to the sheep. It looks like Mary saying yes to an angel and carrying glory in silence for 9 months. Luke 1:38 records her quiet surrender. I am the Lord's servant. May your word to me be fulfilled. Can your obedience carry the weight of silence before the world applauds? When did you start believing that a paycheck defined your worth? That labor is more noble than calling? That a title is holier than anointing? Elias, raised in a family that prized achievement above all, he graduated top of his class, landed a consulting job in Manhattan, but each day felt like a slow death. One morning, in the elevator to the 31st floor, he felt a wave of panic and peace at once. He walked out midday and never went back. Today, he runs a farm school for at-risk youth, none of it on his resume, all of it written into his purpose. Isn't it wild how freedom often starts with surrender, not strategy? You've been told to work harder, but God is telling you to dig deeper. A wild stallion, untamed and full of thunder, cannot survive in confinement. Keep it in a stable too long, and the fire fades. Aren't you the same when your spirit is caged by systems that ignore eternity? Pope John Paul II once said, "The future starts today, not tomorrow." He was not just speaking of time, but of destiny. As a spiritual father to millions, he understood that delayed obedience is often disguised disobedience. Have you been delaying your yes because it doesn't look impressive yet? What if your fatigue is not burnout, but boredom with assignments that were never yours? What if your inconsistency is a divine alarm system warning you that your soul is under siege? Chosen one, your real work doesn't begin with a job offer. It begins where your obedience meets heaven's timing. It begins where the applause fades and the whisper of God grows louder than the crowd. It begins when you stop asking, "Is this secure?" and start asking, "Is this sacred?" Steve Jobs, the visionary co-founder of Apple, once said, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life." He wasn't quoting scripture, but the truth in his words echoes a kingdom law. Are you living someone else's blueprint? While your divine blueprint collects dust in your spirit, God never said chase the ladder. He said, carry the light. You weren't created to be managed. You were born to manifest. You were never created to hustle for crumbs when heaven has seated you at a table of strategy. The drive to survive was never meant to define you. The anointing on your life was designed to redefine survival itself. Does your spirit resist tasks that look good on paper but feel hollow in the soul? Have you noticed how your energy withers when you're asked to conform, perform, or compete for worth? That's not rebellion, it's revelation. You were not placed here to be consumed by the needs of institutions, You were sent to become a vessel that redefines what it means to lead, to heal, and to carry heaven into forgotten places where no pulpit dares to go. Jobs ask you to fill a role. God asks you to reveal his nature. Esther never applied for a role in the palace, was positioned by providence in Esther 4:14. Mordecai tells her plainly, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" That wasn't a job. That was an assignment. Have you ever felt like your mere presence in a space shifts the atmosphere? Even when you don't speak, chosen ones don't chase titles, they carry territories. When you begin to walk in obedience rather than ambition, alignment follows like a shadow. That's when the impossible opens. That's when resumes lose power, and favor writes your name on doors no man can close. Satisfaction is too small for you. You weren't born to be satisfied. You were born to shake people awake. When the world says you're ungrateful, heaven says you're unshakable. When others call you confused, God calls you calibrated for a higher frequency. How long have you tried to shrink your power just to be digestible in rooms that could never carry your fullness? Michelangelo, the Renaissance sculptor who painted the Sistine Chapel, said, "The greatest danger for most of us is not that our aim is too high and we miss it, but that it is too low and we reach it." How many times have you lowered your aim just to be accepted? You weren't born to blend in, you were crafted to disrupt. And disruption isn't always loud. Sometimes it looks like refusing to show up to the meeting your soul said no to. Sometimes it looks like not applying for the role that would make your parents proud, but make your spirit sick. Clarice, who spent 8 years chasing promotions in the tech world. She had the money, the accolades, the rooftop view, but every night she wept privately, bitterly, shamefully, because the noise of success drowned out the whisper of God. One day she resigned without a plan. She took a year off and began writing letters to strangers at homeless shelters, tucking them into donated coats. Today, her nonprofit has helped over 15,000 people feel seen. Her resume didn't grow, but her obedience did. Chosen ones live lives that confuse spreadsheets but transform souls. Your delay is not failure. Your discomfort is not confusion. It is divine interference. Have you ever felt heavy for no clear reason when stepping into something normal? That's not dysfunction. That's sacred dissonance, heaven protecting you from paths not written with your name. Just like Jonah, who ran from his assignment and found himself in a storm. Your discomfort is often divine, rerouting. God isn't punishing you, he's preserving you. Romans 12:2 reminds you, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And that transformation often begins with unlearning what they called success. A lion cannot flourish in a petting zoo. Its roar becomes a whisper. Its majesty becomes a novelty. Isn't that how you feel when trying to be normal? Your essence isn't made for spaces that tame you. Cardinal Sarah, a Catholic leader known for his reflections on silence and spiritual power, once said, "The world no longer hears God because it is constantly speaking." Have you been surrounded by noise that masks your anointing, chosen one? They've called you lazy because they cannot measure obedience. They've labeled you inconsistent because you refuse to fake passion for their systems. But the truth is this: heaven doesn't reward performance. It responds to alignment. You were never designed to be validated by men. Heaven's seal was already pressed on your spirit before you spoke your first word. You were born to be a catalyst, not a consumer, a restorer, not a reactor, a builder of altars, not a seeker of applause. while others move from one job to the next with agility and certainty. Something in you recoils, not out of fear, but out of fidelity to something deeper. Has your body ever gone numb in the middle of a meeting? Has your energy collapsed under assignments others found simple? That isn't weakness, it's warning. Your system doesn't shut down because you lack discipline. It shuts down because your spirit is rejecting environments that drain your divine design. You were never crafted to build kingdoms that ignore the king. When the world applauds activity, heaven listens for alignment. You could check all their boxes busy, fast-moving, well-compensated, and still be drifting further from your assignment. You could be doing less on paper, yet accomplishing more in the spirit. Are you measuring your impact by movement or by obedience? Samuel didn't recognize God's voice the first time. It came quietly, at night, when no one else was speaking. In 1 Samuel 3:10, the Lord calls again, "Speak, for your servant is listening." Notice God didn't call Samuel while he was busy proving his worth. He called him in stillness. Could it be that your current silence is sacred? Not stagnant. You're not being lazy. You're being re-encoded. The hustle you can't keep up with was never your home. You are in a holy detox. Your mind is shedding performance. Your nervous system is unlearning urgency. Your spirit is being recalibrated to operate from truth, not pressure. But to those still hypnotized by hustle, your pose looks like failure. Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States, and a man who understands global scrutiny, once said, "Don't let your failures define you. Let them teach you." But what if what they call failure isn't failure at all? Just your spirit refusing to be misused. In a quiet coastal town, a woman named Mireille left her high-profile marketing job without telling anyone. She didn't burn bridges, simply walked away from the noise. For 6 months, she sat by the sea each morning, journaling prayers and picking up shells. People whispered, her family panicked, but she kept listening. By the 7th month, she had received a blueprint for a retreat center for single mothers recovering from grief. It now serves over 500 women a year. Isn't it strange how stillness births structure in the wild? A chrysalis hangs in total stillness as the butterfly forms. No motion, no fanfare. But inside, transformation is roaring. Isn't that what your life feels like right now? The world sees nothing, but heaven says formation. You've been judged for not doing enough, but how can they measure what they cannot perceive? When someone lives from spirit, they will always confuse those who live from schedule. Jesus himself often withdrew from the crowds, not to hide, but to host heaven. In Luke 5:16, it says, "But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed." Can you sense the permission in that? If Christ's fullness of power and presence shows stillness, how much more do you need it to carry your assignment? They've called you unmotivated, but what if your resistance is heaven's shield? F.R.C. Henry Nouwen, a Catholic priest and spiritual writer, once wrote, "The spiritual life does not remove us from the world, but leads us deeper into it." You weren't set apart to escape the world, but to enter it with a different fire, one that refuses to be traded for applause or approval. Have you ever said yes too quickly, only to feel like something inside you fractured? The wrong yes can do more damage than 1,000 no's. It's not always disobedience that delays destiny. Sometimes it's misalignment. And what the world calls opportunity can be sabotage dressed as strategy. Levi, who once accepted a job as a church administrator, everyone celebrated, but within weeks, He felt drained, joyless, lost in prayer. He finally heard God say, "You said yes to approval, not to me." He stepped down, took time to recalibrate, and later launched a discipleship network that now reaches thousands online. What if the delay you fear is really your spirit fighting for purity? Chosen one. Your light is not built for every room. Some places dim you by default. You were never meant to survive. The grind you were born to disrupt it. And sometimes, the most courageous move is to rest while the world runs. You were never designed to thrive under artificial expectations. Man-made systems may reward conformity, but heaven blesses alignment. Your soul knows this. That's why chasing after what the world calls success exhausts you. Chosen ones move by a different current, not powered by speed, applause, or metrics. Have you felt that holy discomfort when asked to move ahead just to look productive? Has your heart ever tensed at the pressure to keep pace with people running towards something you were never called to chase? You are not behind. You are being hidden on purpose. The flow of God is not flashy. It often looks like stillness. It often sounds like silence, but it never misses its mark. You may not carry a title right now. You may not have income that impresses your relatives, but what you carry cannot be manufactured. It cannot be duplicated. It cannot be denied. It is the unmistakable imprint of God's presence on your life, and that anointing will open doors that credentials cannot touch. Elijah, the prophet, once stood in a cave, desperate for direction. A powerful wind came, then an earthquake, then fire. But 1 Kings 19:12 tells us, after the fire came a gentle whisper. That whisper was the voice of God. It didn't shake the earth, it shaped his next move. Have you been listening for the loud when heaven is speaking in the quiet? The confusion you feel right now is not a curse. It's a cocoon. You are being formed, not forgotten. You are being preserved, not passed over. Delay is not God's absent sight, is his precision. You were never meant to move just because others are moving. You rise by rhythm, not routine. Imagine the slow, deliberate pulse of ocean tides. They don't crash constantly. They retreat and return in sacred timing. That's you. You are not meant to sprint every day. When your soul pulls you into rest, into realignment, into holy resistance, don't panic. That is not laziness. That is leadership under heaven's hand. Audre Lorde, the poet, professor, and warrior of truth, once said, "Caring for myself is not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation." And that is an act of political warfare. For the chosen ones, resting is not withdrawal, it is rebellion against systems that worship burnout. Are you resisting rest? Or are you protecting something sacred? Emmanuel, a skilled architect who left a 6-figure job because every blueprint he drew drained him. For 6 months, he disappeared from LinkedIn. No updates, no contracts, just prayer, sketching, and quiet. He re-emerged with a blueprint for sustainable housing for refugees. It wasn't glamorous, but it was God. And today, his work shelters thousands. What they called a detour was actually a divine reroute. So the next time someone questions your pace, your pause, your peace, remember, you are not falling behind. You are falling into divine order. God did not send you here empty-handed. Before breath filled your lungs, heaven deposited something inside you that earth could not define. And that deposit wasn't a side passion or cute hobby. It was a weapon, a key, a commission. Your gift is not a feature, is the foundation of your assignment. Jeremiah 5 declares. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Set apart doesn't always look celebrated. Sometimes it looks like being overlooked because what you carry is invisible to those without vision. You've searched for purpose in platforms, in positions, in people's approval. But your gift has been with you the whole time. Have you mistaken your ease for insignificance? Have you dismissed the very thing heaven designed as your anchor? So many chosen ones assume that if something is easy, it must not be valuable. That if it flows, it must not count. But grace doesn't struggle to move. The river doesn't try to be a river, it simply flows. Isn't that how your gift feels when you finally stop resisting it? Franz Liszt, the Hungarian pianist and composer known for revolutionizing music, once remarked, "The inward fire makes us more than we are." He didn't force music, it bled from him, just like your gift. It's not effort that makes it holy, it's obedience. Zara, who always knew how to comfort strangers, she thought it was just empathy. But after years of denying it, she leaned into it. She now trains trauma counselors across 5 continents. Her ease wasn't a sign to dismiss it, was a sign to steward. Your resistance to hustle is not rebellion, it's revelation. You are not built to compete in their race. You are called to build altars where others only see opportunity. So, when you feel yourself slowing down, detaching, resisting the grind, ask yourself, is this avoidancer? Is it protection? Is this fearer? Is it faith? Stay in divine rhythm. Heaven moves on a frequency the world will never understand. That unexplainable ease you feel when you speak life into chaos, when you craft with purpose, when you counsel, when you build something others only imagined, when you write words that stir hearts, when you hold space for others to heal. That isn't random. That's heaven testifying through your hands. That's not chance. It's confirmation. Adivine hecho. That ease is the fingerprint of God on your calling. Have you ever wondered why the very things that exhaust others energize you? Why certain actions unlock clarity instead of confusion? That is not mere passion, it is prophetic alignment. Your gift was never just a talent. It was a transmission point between heaven and earth. The world tried to bury it early. They told you to be practical. They told you art won't pay the bills. They told you healing was soft. That sensitivity was weakness. That your ideas were too big. Your spirit too much. But the world does not have jurisdiction over what heaven has commissioned. When God gave you your gift, He never asked for the world's permission. Jesus said in Matthew 5:15, "Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." If your gift feels like a burning light, it's because it was never meant to stay hidden. Have you been trying to fit into shadows you were born to illuminate? The impact of your gift isn't measured by applause. It's measured by awakening. When you speak, hearts open. When you create, strongholds tremble. When you build, heaven breathes through the architecture. And yet, have you noticed how the enemy's attacks always target your gift? He never wasted time attacking your distractions. He aimed for your core. Why? Because he knows the weight your voice carries. He knows the blueprints your hands hold. It was the same with Joseph. His brothers didn't hate his personality, they hated his dream. Genesis 37:8 says, "And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said." The dream God gave him made others uncomfortable, but it also made him unstoppable. Isn't that what you felt? Like your gift created tension you didn't ask for. Michelle Obama, former First Lady, and a voice of clarity in a confused culture, once said, "Your story is what you have, what you will always have. It is something to own. Your gift is part of that story. It's not a side note. It's the plot." Jonas, who worked quietly in a corporate data firm, crunching spreadsheets by day and composing music by night. His family thought it was a hobby. His friends called it escapism. But he couldn't silence the melodies. One day, he uploaded a worship instrumental out of obedience, not strategy. It went viral across missionary networks. Now, his music is played in underground churches across 3 continents. The gift made room not for fame, but for fire. If you ignore the gift, it doesn't disappear. It transforms into ache, that unease, that frustration, that restlessness you've been labeling as depression. It may actually be dormant calling trying to wake you up. The eagle cannot be caged long without becoming sick. Its wings were not built for cages, they were crafted for currents. Are you fighting your flight to stay grounded in places that can't hold your wingspan? You were not built to be an employee of the world. You were sent to be a distributor of heaven. And heaven isn't hiring staff, it's sending soldiers, prophets, innovators, rebuilders, carriers of clarity. And if you've been waiting for permission, here it is, if God gave it to you. You're qualified. And here's what most people won't say. When you dishonor your gift, it haunts you, not as punishment but as persistent mercy. Because what's buried in you is too holy to be wasted. It will whisper in the boardroom. It will ache in the wrong relationships. It will stir every time you settle for surface. Catherine, a retired nurse in her 60s, once felt useless after leaving her job. But she couldn't shake a burden for elderly patients with no family. So she began writing letters to random residents in nursing homes across her city. That small thing turned into a national initiative where thousands now write and send handwritten encouragement to the forgotten. Her gift didn't expire. With her job it evolved through obedience. You don't need every step laid out. You don't need a polished plan. You need to start with what heaven already placed in your hands. That voice, that burden, that vision, that relentless compassion, that blueprint you sketch when no one's watching, that ache for justice where others have normalized pain. That's the gift trying to break through. Are you really unmotivated, or are you just unaligned? What if that random idea is a divine instruction in disguise? What if the very thing you've been minimizing is the exact thing God is magnifying? Stop waiting to be chosen. You already were. Now, let the gift lead, and listen closely. Your gift is not too small. It's not too late. You have not missed your moment. There is no expiration date on a divine assignment. Time may pass. Circumstances may shift. Seasons may change, but heaven's instruction remains. Does your spirit still feel alive when you think about that dream you laid down? That's not nostalgia. That's resurrection. You might think too much time has gone by, that you're too old, too behind, too unqualified. But purpose doesn't age. Assignment doesn't expire. God's voice has never said, "It's over." He says, "Use what I gave you." That's where your power is. That's where your peace lives. That's where provision begins, not in something you must chase, but in something you must release. Chosen one. Don't underestimate what's been deposited inside you. You don't need to morph into someone else to fulfill purpose. You don't need to earn the right to begin. You simply need to become obedient to the original blueprint, before fear, before distraction, before the voices told you to shrink. You weren't sent here to fit in. You were planted here to stand out. And your gift is what makes that distinction holy. Have you ever quieted yourself just long enough to feel the pull in your chest towards something you haven't yet seen? Have you ever wondered if your resistance to the world's systems is actually divine allegiance? It's not prideful to walk in your power, it's faithful. It's sacred stewardship. To bury your gift would be disobedience, but to carry it boldly, that is reverence. You don't need to find a job. You need to find flow. You don't need to beg for a seat at someone else's table when God is calling you to build your own. The voice you're hearing is not your imagination, it's divine invitation. And when you honor that voice, your life will begin to move in rhythm with heaven. You'll walk with clarity. You'll speak with conviction. You'll live with weight. The people who are assigned to your frequency will find you without you having to force it. John the Baptist didn't audition for relevance. He obeyed in the wilderness. And crowds came. When you honor the gift, the assignment reveals itself. That's the real work. That's the deeper knowing. Let this moment be the one where everything begins to shift. Let this be the hour you stop fleeing from the very thing God placed inside you before the world tried to define you. Let this be the recognition that your peace has always been tethered to your purpose. And if something inside you is leaping right now, comment 666, not because of superstition, but because this is your sign of awakening. Your soul knows this message. You were chosen by God not to mimic others, not to chase empty validation, but to reveal heaven through what He hid inside your spirit. That gift isn't extra. That gift is the assignment. Walk in it. Chosen one. There's something massive moving in the unseen realm, and if you've felt off, stretched, weepy, tender, wired, disconnected from the grind, that's why. You are not malfunctioning. You are being activated. And this activation has nothing to do with chasing survival. It has everything to do with building something the world has not yet seen. This isn't just about you finding peace. It's about you birthing legacy. You're not being called to fix what's broken. You're being called to build what's never existed. Do you sense that the old systems don't fit anymore? The economy of grind, of desperation, of endless job searches that only lead to more burnout. It's collapsing around you on purpose. Those doors won't open because they were never designed for the weight of what you carry. They were too shallow for your depth, too narrow for your vision, too loud for your clarity. God is launching His chosen ones into a new economy, not one based on hours and hustle, but one anchored in alignment, obedience, and overflow. This is not about money the way the world defines it. This is about divine provision, heaven-sent strategies, and resources that are magnetized by spiritual precision. It's not about earning, it's about embodying, not about applying. It's about attracting. Romans 8:19 says, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." That means the earth is groaning for your emergence. No, your resume. Not your hustle, your revelation. The real you. The you who stopped pretending. The you who builds out of obedience. The you who understands that the promise was never tied to effort, it was tied to embodiment. Oprah Winfrey, media trailblazer and spiritual voice to generations, once said, "When you align with what you were born to do, you become unstoppable." Her words echo kingdom truth. Have you been aligning or just performing? Elena, who spent years in freelance marketing, burned out and barely making it. One day, she fasted, prayed, and wrote down every recurring passion she had been silencing. She started a small online course, teaching women how to reconnect with their voice through storytelling. In 1 year, her community grew into a movement, not because she worked harder, but because she finally moved in flow. The hummingbird flutters its wings over 70 times per second, but it isn't striving. It's sustained by nectar. It was designed to seek. Isn't that like you? Built for a frequency others can't hear, a rhythm they can't replicate. Your provision comes not from speed, but from sensitivity to divine direction. Sonu. You're not falling behind. You're falling into timing. You're not stuck. You're being stirred. You're not lost. You're being located. What you feel right now isn't confusion. It's consecration. It's heaven separating you from survival and assigning you to sacred work. The gift is already in your hands. The mantle is already on your shoulders. Walk in it. For most of your life, they taught you that survival came from submission, that if you didn't work for someone else, you'd be lost, that without a job title, you had no identity. But now, heaven is correcting the lie. You're not here to survive by laboring under systems that ignore your soul. You're here to make impact, and impact opens provision. Alignment grants access. You've entered a shift where your calling is no longer tethered to a paycheck. It's tethered to transformation. And where there is transformation, there will always be divine backing. Have you noticed how the things that once paid you are now draining you? How spaces that once made sense now feel too small for your spirit? That's not confusion. That's consecration. The old economy no longer fits because the assignment has changed. And this new economy isn't for those who perform. It's for those who surrender. This new economy is built by chosen ones, people like you, who were never meant to fit into man-made molds. This is not an upgrade. It's an entirely different blueprint. It doesn't ask for compromise. It doesn't reward pretending. It invites you to bring your full truth, your full voice, your full gift, and in return, it pays out in peace that passes understanding, power that needs no permission, and prosperity that doesn't require burnout. You're not walking away from the system because you're lazy. You're being summoned into a kingdom structure that demands all of you, not your exhaustion, but your embodiment. Look around. Can you feel it? Spirit-led entrepreneurs are stepping forward without credentials. Prophetic voices are finding global platforms with no marketing budget. Healing hands are opening practices that medicine can't explain. Writers are publishing words that loose spiritual chains. Artists are waking people from slumber. Coaches, mentors, counselors, seers, visionaries. They're realizing they were never called to beg for a job. They were called to build sacred spaces where heaven breathes through every offering. Does that stir something in you? Has the discomfort with your old work life become unshakable? That's not a phase. It's a divine signal. It's the spirit whispering. What once worked is now disqualified, not because you failed it, but because it can no longer hold what you carry. Your elevation, your provision. Your next open door is not outside you. It's been growing in silence within you all along. And no, this doesn't mean you quit your job tomorrow and hope for the best. This means you listen, you align, you begin. You take steps to offer your gift with intention, not ambition. It may start small, a message, a session, a painting, a story, a post, a whispered prayer. But what's small in your hands becomes supernatural in God's hands. It's not size that makes it sacred. It's surrender. Moses didn't know the rod in his hand would part a sea. All he had to do was lift it. Could it be that your small gift is waiting for your obedience to multiply? The yes is the currency of the kingdom. When you say yes to your assignment, heaven funds the vision. The doors that were locked under hustle begin to swing open under obedience. You won't need to compete. You won't need to perform. In this economy, Presence is power. Obedience is strategy. Flow is sustainability. Trust is investment. Truett Cathy, the founder of Chick-fil-A and a businessman who honored God with his enterprise, once said, "If it's not your calling, it will drain you. If it is, it will sustain you." That principle still governs heaven's economy today. What drains others will energize you when you're operating in purpose. Davion, who worked in logistics but carried a deep burden for fatherless teens for years. He volunteered quietly on weekends. One day, he felt prompted to launch a mentorship program. He had no funds, no sponsors, only a word. Within 6 months, what started as 3 young men in a library grew into a city-backed youth initiative that now partners with universities and local churches. What changed? He stopped trying to make a living and started living from the gift. A tree never forces its fruit to ripen. It simply remains rooted and lets the sun do what only heaven can do. Isn't that the way this new season feels for you? No pushing, just presence. No proving, just alignment. What's inside you doesn't need hype. It needs surrender. You are not here to fight for scraps. You are here to distribute spiritual wealth, healing, clarity, peace, presence. You are not chasing coins. You are carrying blueprints. You are not lost. You are being launched. And if something in your spirit is stirring as you read this, if your chest feels warm or your eyes burn with recognition, comment 777. Not just to signal agreement, but to declare participation. You are not imagining the shift. You are part of it. This is not just a feeling. This is a movement. The rise of the chosen is not a metaphor. It is a literal reordering of power. A new spiritual economy is being built, and you are one of its architects. The world may not yet recognize it, but heaven has already approved it. You don't need more validation. You need to build chosen one. They trained you to chase money as if it were the source of your worth. They told you security came through salaries, that your dignity was found in digits, that the more you earned, the more you mattered. But let me say something that will completely rewire your spirit. Divine provision does not follow effort. It follows purpose. The moment you begin walking in your God-given assignment, provision starts to chase you, not because you hustled harder than everyone else, but because heaven funds what heaven authors. The world says, get a job to survive. God says, step into your calling, and I will sustain you. One is survival, the other is sonship. Have you ever excelled at something and still felt empty? Have you ever received a promotion that made your spirit collapse instead of celebrate? That's not ingratitude, it's incompatibility. You were never meant to breathe in boardrooms that suffocate your assignment. That's why, no matter how impressive the job looked on paper, it never settled you, because you were not built to live off wages. You were built to live off assignment, and the spirit inside you refuses to settle for anything less. Your provision won't look like everyone else's, and it's not supposed to. For others, success comes by networking, applying, competing. But for you, doors don't open through grind, they open through obedience. You could send out 100 resumes and hear nothing, but the moment you say yes to that hidden idea God whispered into your soul, that conversation, that course, that community, that cause, everything begins to move. Resources appear. People find you. Opportunities align. Not because you forced it, because you finally aligned with it. In Exodus 16, when the Israelites walked in obedience through the wilderness, manna came daily, just enough for the day. If they tried to hoard it, It's spoiled. Why? Because provision wasn't attached to effort. It was tied to trust. The same is true now. Obedience releases provision. Disobedience breeds striving. God funds his assignments, not your fears, not the fallback jobs you applied for in panic, not the backup businesses you started just to be safe. If he didn't authorize it, heaven doesn't finance it. And if you've been frustrated by closed doors, ask yourself, did I say yes to the gift or just the grind? Bishop T.D. Jakes once said, provision always follows vision. He wasn't describing fantasy, he was describing spiritual law. The reason some things aren't working is because you're trying to make heaven pay for something it never ordered. But the moment you step into what you were truly created for, then, trembling, even terrified provision will begin to flow like rivers in a desert. Mireya, who worked in corporate finance, she tithed, she served, but she was miserable. At night, she dreamt of creating curriculum for children who had experienced trauma. One day, with no guarantee, she resigned. Her first workbook, printed at a local shop, was picked up by a regional school district within 3 months. Within a year, her program was in 6 states. What changed? She finally trusted the voice over the paycheck. A hummingbird doesn't compete with vultures. It moves to a rhythm only it can hear. Isn't that how you've always felt? Offbeat, out of place, but somehow drawn towards something deeper. That's your true frequency. And provision is attracted to its sound. And yes, I hear your questions. But how will I live? What about bills? What about responsibilities? They're valid. But divine purpose does not cancel divine provision. When you prioritize your assignment, God prioritizes your needs. He is not negligent. He is not reckless. He does not call you and then ghost you. If you are walking in obedience, you are entitled to supernatural provision. In Matthew 6:33, Jesus says, "But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you." This isn't poetic fluff, it's covenant. Provision is a byproduct of pursuit. When you chase calling, provision chases you. Sometimes God provides in portions to train your trust. Other times he lets the tension stretch you so your faith can grow. But make no mistake, lack is not your legacy. Scarcity is not your spiritual inheritance. You are not here to beg. You are not here to settle. You are here to pour. And as long as you are pouring out what he placed within you, he will keep pouring back into you everything you need. Francesca Battistelli, a Grammy-nominated Christian artist, once shared, "I used to think I needed a plan, but now I know obedience is the plan." Her albums now reach millions. But it all began with a yes. Have you given yours? Khalid, who used to doubt his photography gift, for years he worked at a desk, editing spreadsheets while his spirit decayed. One day he took a risk and offered to photograph a foster family for free. The image went viral. Today he travels the world, documenting redemptive stories for non-profit causes. He doesn't advertise. He obeys. And heaven provides. Stop trying to finance what heaven never assigned. Stop forcing doors that were never for your feet. Start moving with the wind, not against it. You are not chasing income. You are chasing influence. You are not working for approval. You are walking in authority. You are not here to beg for provision. You are here to become the evidence that God provides for his own. Many of you have been locked in survival mode for years, doing what you had to, saying yes to jobs you didn't love, performing just to pay the bills, silencing your soul in exchange for stability. But purpose doesn't just help you get by. Purpose moves you into overflow. Maybe not instantly, but inevitably. Because purpose produces something hustle never can: divine momentum. Have you noticed that the moment you step toward what stirs your spirit, time feels different? Peace enters the room. That's not coincidence. That's alignment. And when you begin to live from that place, everything changes. You stop waiting for permission. You start creating from your spirit. And opportunities begin to find you, not because you earned them, but because you finally aligned with the frequency of heaven. Let's be honest, there's a cost to purpose. It's not always comfortable. It might cost you the job that paid well, but drained you dry. It might cost you the approval of family who can't understand your shift. It might cost you predictability, applause, or security. But what you gain is incomparable. You gain provision that cannot be measured in dollars. You gain favor you didn't network for. You gain peace you didn't purchase. Because your source is not Manit, is God. Elisha left his plow in 1 Kings 19:21. No backup plan, no fallback farm. He followed Elijah into a life of prophetic purpose, not salary. What he gained was legacy. What he carried became oil. And that same anointing follows those who walk away from the predictable in obedience to the supernatural. You begin living off of something more powerful than paychecks. You live off of revelation, favor, clarity, timely doors that effort alone could never open. Have you ever received something you didn't apply for? Have you ever been sustained by peace when everything around you said panic? That's the proof of divine backing. That's the signature of heaven's hand. And make no mistake, the world will not understand this. They'll ask why you quit, why you didn't take the promotion, why you're building something out of your journal instead of out of a job board. But you don't need their understanding when you have God's instruction. They may call you reckless. Heaven calls you refined. Every time you honor the calling, provision shows up. It doesn't always show up the same way. Sometimes it's a stranger moved to help. Sometimes it's a door that opens after a whisper of prayer. Sometimes it's simply the strength to keep walking when quitting would be easier. But it always comes. Why? Because your yes has a gravitational pull. It summons what's been waiting in the spirit. Tyler Perry, actor and visionary, once said, "You've got to be willing to walk through the door, even if it's not all the way open." He did that, built a studio from scratch, funded his first plays while sleeping in his car. Now he owns one of the largest film studios in the world, not because of luck, but because he obeyed when no one else believed. Raina, who gave up a stable teaching job to create spiritual art, her first few months were quiet. No buyers, no buzz, but she kept creating. As God instructed, on the 77th day, a woman bought her entire collection to donate to a healing center for survivors. Her yes wasn't a strategy, it was surrender. And surrender unlocked resources beyond her imagination. The butterfly doesn't force its wings open. It submits to transformation. It stays in the cocoon until heaven's timing says fly. Isn't that what you're feeling now? That flutter of readiness? Even if your wings feel untested. So stop waiting until every piece makes sense. Stop analyzing the unknown. Stop demanding clarity before you move. Start walking and let God meet you on the path. Your obedience is the strategy. Your alignment is the application. Your yes is the open door. You won't lack when you're in position. You won't crumble when you're in calling. You were chosen to be evidence, to be a living, breathing, walking example of what divine provision looks like in human form. If this message is echoing in your chest, if something in your spirit is stirring, comment, 999. Speak it aloud. Provision will follow my purpose. Declare it. Believe it. Walk like it's already done, because in the Spirit it already is. Chosen one. What if your next breakthrough has nothing to do with learning something new, but unlearning everything false you've been taught? What if your elevation doesn't begin with more knowledge, but with letting go of every belief that was never yours to begin with? The path to your divine assignment doesn't start with another course, degree, or job title. It begins with releasing the false foundations. You were raised in a world that was never designed to house the chosen. You were told to control everything, to compete for value, to earn your right to breathe. But none of those things came from God. Romans 12:2 says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Before God builds through you, He first has to demolish what was never Him. You were conditioned to believe that grind was godliness, that your identity was tied to a position, that survival mattered more than assignment. But God is stripping those lies from your foundation so He can reveal the truth of who you've always been. They were raised in a world that trains utility but fears power, that rewards efficiency but resists awakening, that glorifies busyness while ignoring alignment. And you came from that system to until heaven disrupted the program. That unshakable restlessness you feel, that tension humming beneath your daily rhythms, not confusion. It's confrontation. The script you inherited from the world is colliding with the blueprint heaven wrote before your birth. One voice tells you to stay in line, the other dares you to rise. One teaches fear masking as wisdom, the other demands vision masked as faith. You can't carry both. You weren't born to straddle two systems. You were called to abandon one so the other could fully rise in you. Has your peace started to resist your own routine? Have you noticed that the more you try to conform, the more something holy begins to fracture inside of you? This is not dysfunction. This is deliverance. Unlearning isn't pretty. It doesn't feel like glory at first. It feels like grief. The loss of familiar structures, language, and ambitions might feel like collapse. But collapse under divine authority is consecration. God cannot pour revelation into a container still loyal to survival. So, He breaks the mold to make the vessel new. Romans 12:2 Comment? Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. This is not poetic advice. It's architectural strategy. God isn't just adjusting your behavior, He's rebuilding your internal blueprint. You were taught to ask, will this be profitable? But heaven asks, will this be obedient? You were raised to seek comfort, but God calls you into divine discomfort where transformation, not convenience. Birth legacy. Julian. Once a promising executive at a global firm, his resume gleamed, his schedule overflowed, but his spirit grew quieter by the month. One day, during a quarterly review, he felt his chest tighten, not from anxiety, but from awakening. He left, not with a plan, but with a whisper. Today, he plants fruit trees in food deserts. He's not rich, but communities are being fed through obedience. Has your spirit been tightening in rooms where your purpose can't breathe? Pope Francis, known globally for disrupting religious systems with radical compassion, once said, "We must not focus on ourselves, but on God." That is the recalibration underway. You are no longer calculating life from the lens of ambition, but from the lens of assignment. Your reprogramming has begun, and it will make you look foolish to those still tethered to logic. They'll ask why you said no to the job, why you turned down the relationship, why you walked away from what others would have begged for. But you're not making moves based on pressure anymore. You're moving by prophecy. This is spiritual intelligence, and it will have you trusting what brings peace over what promises pay. It will guide you to choose stillness over strategy, because the truth is, you've never needed the world's confirmation. You've only needed God's clarity. And that clarity comes slowly, not in full blueprints, but in whispers, in nudges, in patterns, in timing. God rarely gives the whole map at once, because if he did, you'd try to control the journey. Instead, he gives pieces, instructions, an open door, a passing word, a divine encounter at the grocery store that confirms what you journaled that morning. Hasn't it already begun? Those synchronicities you've brushed off as weird timing are heaven aligning the path beneath your feet. When Elisha was called, he didn't get a manual, just a mantle. And that mantle disrupted everything. 1 Kings 19:19 says, Elijah went up to him and threw his cloak around him. That's it. One gesture, one moment, and Elisha left everything behind to follow what he could not fully see. What if what you've been waiting for isn't clarity but courage? The Arctic tern, a tiny bird that migrates farther than any creature on Earth, travels from one end of the globe to the other by instinct alone. No map, no compass, just internal knowing. Isn't that how your spirit has started moving lately, sensitive to currents no one else sees? Lysandra, who once applied to over 50 jobs after being laid off, none called her back. She fasted in frustration, prayed in silence. Then a woman she barely knew asked if she'd consider mentoring a teen girl from her church. She said yes. That mentorship became a non-profit. That non-profit became a movement. No resume could have predicted it. No algorithm would have approved it. It wasn't logis, it was alignment. So if you feel like your plans are unraveling, if your to-do list no longer brings peace, if your sensible next step feels spiritually wrong, you're not broken, you're being rewired. You are finally becoming fluent in heaven's language. And that means some days will look directionless. Some steps will look like retreat. But heaven isn't in a rush. It's in revelation. The blueprint is real. It's been unfolding all along. Now that the noise is falling away, you can finally hear what's been whispering beneath the surface for years. Once fear is unlearned, once performance is dismantled and striving is surrendered, something shifts deep in your being. You no longer move from pressure. You move from presence. You no longer perform, you align. You no longer grasp, you receive. And in that posture, you become untouchable, not in arrogance, but in authority. That's when the enemy's grip begins to slip. That's when the chains don't fit anymore. That's when the old roles lose their appeal. Because once you've tasted divine flow, counterfeit control becomes nauseating. But the world will still try to reclaim you. It will call you foolish. It will label your peace as irresponsibility. It will say your pace is lazy. It will interpret your surrender as rebellion. Have you been accused of quitting too soon? Slowing down too long? Dreaming too big? You must understand, you were not chosen to repeat what's already been done. You were chosen to break it, rebuild it, reimagine it. That means walking where no path has been paved, building what's never existed, naming what no one else has dared to speak aloud. And yes, that breaking will feel like unraveling. But don't panic. You're not falling apart, you're falling into purpose. The systems that trained you to fear stillness, to panic in the unknown, to worship performance, they're being dismantled. The beliefs that kept you bound are being exposed. The patterns that kept you small are collapsing. This is not destruction, it's divine delivery. You're being prepared to carry what your old self could not contain. Isaiah 43:19 reminds us, "See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up, do you not perceive it?" Perception is the test. Can you recognize God's movement even when it looks like mess? Can you trust the collapse as preparation? You are not moving backwards. You are being reset. The world may call it failure, but heaven calls it formation. This reset is holy. It's prophetic. It's intentional. You're not being punished. You're being positioned. And once you unlearn what the world taught you to value, you will finally make room for the blueprint heaven tailored just for you. When that blueprint activates, everything changes. You won't survive by scrambling. You'll thrive by surrendering. You won't chase, you'll attract. You won't hustle, you'll inhabit. You'll wake up, not to chase opportunity, but to release what already lives inside you. Have you noticed how the world teaches you to panic when your calendar is empty? How many times have you felt pressure to prove you're being productive just to silence the voice of accusation? That's not God's voice. That's programming. The world says, get busy. God says, get aligned. The world says, settle. God says, build. The world says, hurry. God says, obey. You are not unemployed. You are being redirected. The redirection isn't toward a company, it's toward your calling. And instead of job hunting, heaven is asking you to start gifting. What does that mean? It means waking up and asking, what do I carry that can be offered today? How can I pour from what's already been planted in me? You are not waiting for permission. You are holding answers. Ava, who applied for dozens of jobs after being laid off, rejections flooded her inbox. One morning, in frustration, she pulled out her phone and recorded a 3-minute video sharing how she processed loss through poetry. She posted it without thought. Overnight, thousands resonated. Within a month, she launched a writing program for teens dealing with anxiety. She didn't chase an opportunity. She offered her gift. And her gift opened doors applications never could. A lion never auditions for influence, it simply roars, and its presence rearranges the landscape. Isn't that how you're starting to feel? Like your obedience creates new space every time you show up. You've been hearing whispers for a long time now. That idea, that urge to begin, that quiet nudge to speak, to heal, to teach, to guide. It isn't random. It isn't naive. It's your assignment, trying to break through your hesitation. Have you mistaken divine prompting for nervousness? Have you confused sacred timing with delay? 1 Peter 4:10 says, each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others. As faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms, that means your gift is not a luxury, it's a responsibility. It's not extra, it's essential, and it wasn't meant to sit on a shelf while you beg for placement. That gift is the placement. Ye Shettu. Former monk turned author and purpose coach once said, your passion is for you, but your purpose is for others. When you stop hiding the gift, it starts drawing the people it was meant to serve. You won't have to convince anyone. You won't need the algorithm. When you honor what's in your hand, heaven handles what's ahead. Keon, who had no degree, no connections, and no obvious way forward, but he had a burden for young men who grew up without fathers. He started mentoring just 1, then 5, then 20. A local school heard about him. Then a foundation partnered with him. Today, he runs a center that trains young men in leadership and identity. It began not with a resume with responsibility to the gift. So start now, not when it's perfect, not when it's popular, Now, let the whisper be enough. Let the pull be the plan. The people, the platforms, the provision, they'll come, but only after the offering. Not because you hustled, but because you obeyed. Obedience is your strategy, not marketing, not analytics, not performance. Obedience. When God nudges you to speak, speak. When He whispers, record the message. Don't rehearse, respond. When you feel that quiet pull to offer your gift, even if it's rough, even if you're still growing, offer it. This is not the season to wait until you're polished. This is the season to move. Because heaven doesn't respond to perfection. It responds to obedience. Spiritual doors don't swing open because of resume. They open because of surrender. Every small act of obedience creates a ripple, and that ripple opens the next door. Have you noticed how every time you obey, even timidly, something shifts? An unexpected message, a divine opportunity, a deep inner peace. That's the pattern of the Spirit. This is the moment to begin. Begin without the full picture. Begin while your hands tremble. Begin while you're still healing. Begin while you're unsure, because the timeline of heaven is never in a hurry, but it's always right on time. You're not behind, you're finally in position. You're not late, you're finally tuned in. If these words are finding you now, it's because this is the appointed hour. And this time, you're not job hunting, you're building the altar. An altar isn't just a platform. It's a sacred space where your gift and God's breath meet. And whatever you release on that altar, writing, speaking, mentoring, teaching, healing, will carry divine weight, because it wasn't birthed in ambition. It was born in obedience. Have you ever noticed how power flows through things, not because they're impressive, but because they're surrendered? That kind of surrender attracts what the world can't manufacture: clients, collaborations, confirmation, contracts, provision, and encounters that feel like miracles. You won't need to advertise like the world does. Obedience will be your magnet. Don't wait for someone to hire you before you believe you're useful. You are already appointed. Don't wait for a boss to validate what God already confirmed. Don't stall because you're imperfect. God doesn't need your polish. He needs your yes. Start with what you know. Teach what your tears have taught you. Serve from the places where you've been scarred and stitched. Pour from your healed places. Viola Davis often speaks of how she drew strength and substance from her childhood wounds, from hunger, poverty, and shame, not to wallow in them, but to let them fuel her truth. Her art became her altar, and from that raw, authentic space of obedience, she touched millions, not because she had a perfect path, but because she walked it surrendered. Heaven doesn't expect perfection, just movement. The spiritual economy doesn't compensate based on effort. It releases based on faithful obedience. Andre, who was laid off from his job in tech, instead of spiraling, he spent his mornings walking in silence and asking God, "What's already in my hands?" He realized he had years of knowledge helping elders with digital tools. He began filming short, simple videos teaching seniors how to use smartphones. That content caught the attention of libraries and ministries alike. He now leads digital empowerment workshops for underserved elders. No job title, no master plan, just movement from obedience. While the world scrambles to fill positions, you are being invited to release vision. While they submit resume, you submit your will. While they chase survival, you create from overflow. That's how chosen ones risen, not from striving, but from stewarding. Does your spirit feel like it's stirring even as you read this? Then this is not just a good word, it's your moment. You don't need permission to begin. The beginning is your permission. The gate is unlocked, but only movement opens it. The work was never out there. It has always lived inside you. Now go activate it. Chosen one. In this divine season of realignment, the most important voice isn't the loudest, it's God's. And let's be honest, with all that competes for your attention, it's easy to question if you're hearing him clearly. Have you ever asked yourself, was that his voice or just my thoughts? Have you second-guessed a prompting you felt deep in your spirit? That uncertainty is common, but it's not the final word. God has not stopped speaking. The real question is, are you still enough to hear? Exodus 33:11 tells us, the Lord would speak to Moses face to face, as one speaks to a friend. That kind of clarity didn't happen in chaos. It happened in intimacy. Are you cultivating space for clarity? Are you drowning in static? You were not chosen to move randomly. You were chosen to move with precision. That means you can't afford to guess your way forward anymore. You need instruction, direction, detail, and that requires stillness. The noise you're navigating, anxiety about provision, comparison on social media, pressure from family. Self-doubt is not just inconvenient, it's disruptive. It's spiritual static, and static drowns divine sound. Sabine, who journaled every morning but never shared her thoughts. God began nudging her to post small reflections online, but she hesitated. She feared being judged. One day, she obeyed. The post reached a mother in grief who had been contemplating suicide. That message interrupted darkness. One act of obedience became a lifeline, not because Sabine was confident, but because she was quiet enough to hear and bold enough to act. Eagles soar not by flapping harder, but by catching invisible wind currents. You were never built to hustle harder. You were built to discern. When the atmosphere is right, you'll rise with very little effort. That's the strength of spiritual intelligence. So, if your mind feels cluttered, if clarity has been elusive, if peace has been slipping, this is your cue to pull back and lean in. Shut out the noise. Mute the metrics. Cancel the rush. God is speaking. The next move requires your ears, not your ego. Your ability to move forward depends on your willingness to get quiet, because divine strategy is never found in chaos. It's found in communion. You don't need more opinions. You need sacred quiet. The next breakthrough in your life won't be the result of louder voices, but of deeper stillness. How long will you keep running from appointment to appointment while missing the most important one, the one with God? Has the noise of your life become so constant that silence now feels unnatural? What if what you're calling confusion is just the result of a crowded spirit? God hasn't withdrawn from you. He's woven into your thoughts, embedded in your instincts, breathing through your atmosphere. Yet the more chaos you tolerate, the more static you invite into the signal. Have you ever tried to hear a whisper in a thunderstorm? That's what it's like trying to discern heaven while drowning in noise. You must begin tuning your spiritual frequency, not randomly, but with ruthless intentionality. God speaks like radio waves, always present, but only received when you align with the right frequency. Have you been walking through life slightly off tune? Could it be that the distortion you feel is a sign, not of distance, but of misalignment? Elijah, the prophet, once stood in the raw chaos of Natura. Mighty wind tore through the mountains, then an earthquake, then fire. But the Lord was not in any of these. 1 Kings 19:12 records. And after the fire came a gentle whisper. It was in the stillness that God finally spoke. Are you waiting for the fire, while God is already whispering in the silence? Set a rhythm for your solitude, not as an escape, but as an altar. Even 10 minutes of sacred stillness each day can shift your entire atmosphere. No phone, no music, no commentary, just you and him. These are the moments where confusion turns into clarity and whispers become blueprints. When your heart quiets, heaven speaks. Francis Chan, a powerful Christian teacher and author, once said, "Our greatest fear should not be of failure, but of succeeding at things in life that don't really matter." Have you been succeeding at noise and failing at discernment? Open the Word not to complete a checklist, but to continue the conversation. Some of the answers you seek are already written, but unopened. When you begin reading not just with your eyes but with your spirit, verses you've seen before will suddenly leap with new life. Psalm 119 to 105 affirms this mystery. Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. Have you been stumbling in the dark while your lamp sat untouched? When God speaks, write it down, track it. This is how your spirit learns his tone, his pace, his rhythm. Don't rely on memory when you're being trained for movement. Patterns reveal purpose, and revelation leaves a trail when recorded. Peace is not a luxury, it's a signal. When something consistently disturbs your peace, pause. Don't explain it away. That unrest may not be random, it may be divine restraint. Likewise, when supernatural peace fills you, even when logic says panic, that's often God saying, move forward. Peace isn't the absence of pressure. It's the presence of clarity in the middle of it. Jordan, a young woman working in corporate law, felt an unrelenting heaviness every time she sat at her desk. Promotion came, praise followed, but her peace vanished. One night, she had a dream where she was on a train going the wrong direction. The signs were subtle: missed emails, tension in meetings, even butterflies dying in her windowsill. She finally resigned and opened a legal aid office for immigrant mothers. Her income dropped, but her fire returned. Have you noticed themes showing up on repeat lately? Words, names, scriptures, numbers, phrases that keep surfacing in unrelated places. That's not mere repetition. It's God synchronizing your external world with your internal assignment. When something shows up in your dreams, your conversations, your feed, your gut, pay attention. Revelation doesn't always shout. Sometimes it echoes. Discernment is your shield. Yes, God may use people, but he also asks you to test every voice. Not every anointed speaker carries a word for your path. Some are distractions dressed in influence. Some speak truth wrapped in poison. That's why chosen ones must learn the difference between charisma and calling, between applause and alignment. Leonardo da Vinci, the legendary polymath, once said, "Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication." In a culture addicted to noise, simplicity becomes sacred. Silence becomes strategy. Could the clarity you crave be hiding behind the very simplicity you've been avoiding? You don't need more guidance. You need more surrender. Chosen one, God isn't going to compete with your distractions. He won't raise his voice to match your chaos. He waits and waits until your surrender becomes loud enough for his whisper to enter, until you stop running toward noise and start bowing into stillness. And when you down, you finally align. The clarity won't just come, it will command your next step. If this message has ignited something within you, it's not coincidence, it's confirmation. Your spirit has always known what your mind is just now awakening to. Can you sense it? that sacred tremble inside you when truth reaches its target, that pull in your chest when you hear words that feel like home. This is not just emotion, it's divine recognition. Have you been hearing God all along, but doubting because the volume didn't match your expectations? He's never stopped speaking. He's just been waiting for you to get still enough to actually listen. When every other voice becomes background noise and his voice becomes the loudest, that's when chosen ones rise, not by scrambling for opportunities, but by discerning assignments, not by rushing to keep up, but by receiving instructions too precise to be mass-produced. Have you mistaken delay for denial, or stillness for stagnation? God's timing doesn't follow the logic of the world. It follows the blueprint of eternity. If no one has ever told you this, let these words become your anchor. You are not lazy. You are being led. That lingering heaviness isn't failure. It's spiritual labor. That tension in your chest, that fog in your thinking, that strange awareness that you're not where you used to be, but not yet where you're going, that's the space where glory forms. Jesus spent 30 years in preparation for a 3-year ministry, 30 years of silence, formation, and hidden obedience. Was that wasted time, or was it divine design? Luke 2:52 tells us, "And Jesus grew in wisdom and stature, and in favor with God and man." If your growth can't be seen yet, it doesn't mean it's not happening. Could it be that heaven is developing you in obscurity to release you in precision? The fast lane is loud, flashy, and crowded, but your path, it's narrow, sacred, often misunderstood. Matthew 7:14 reminds us, "But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. And you, chosen one, have been called to walk what few will understand." When your calendar empties, when your inbox slows down, when invitations dry up, have you ever asked, what if this is holy? What if God is not withholding momentum, but offering intimacy? Consider the story of Matteo, a once famous event planner in Los Angeles. He curated galas for celebrities, managed red carpets, lived in a penthouse, but he couldn't sleep. His spirit was restless. He began fasting from noise media, social events, even caffeine. One morning, while walking alone through Griffith Park, he felt compelled to sit on the ground and pray. For the first time in years, he felt peace. Today, he runs quiet spiritual retreats in the desert for burned-out leaders. There are no cameras, no press, just presence, and he's never been more alive. You are not behind, you're being refined. Refining often looks like nothing to those who cannot see the fire. The world only measures movement, but heaven measures obedience. And obedience sometimes looks like turning inward, not producing, resting, not rushing, surrendering, not strategizing. Isn't it strange how peace can feel like rebellion when you've been trained to hustle? Artist and Catholic mystic Fra Angelico, known for painting quiet scenes of sacred annunciation, once said nothing publicly, yet his silent works stirred generations. He prayed before every brushstroke and refused to sign his name on his art. And still, heaven validated what earth overlooked. Are you willing to go unseen so God can be revealed through you? You've been trying to explain your process to people who cannot hold your purpose. Isn't it exhausting trying to justify divine timing to those who worship deadlines? Let the silence speak. You no longer operate in systems you've outgrown. And that is not regression, that is transformation. You can't go back. Your spiritual DNA has mutated to match your mantle. The path that once sustained you now suffocates you. That's not confusion, it's evolution. A tree cannot return to seed. A river that has met the sea cannot flow backward into the mountain spring. And you, chosen one, cannot return to sleep after your spirit has awakened. When God is rebuilding you, it often feels like nothing is happening on the outside, but inside, He is re-architecting your convictions, rewiring your reactions, replacing your fear with discernment. Have you mistaken this inner construction for failure? The world applauds productivity, but heaven crowns obedience, and obedience isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it looks like not replying to that email, declining that opportunity, saying no to that shortcut, resting even when your flesh screams. You're falling behind, waiting even when every part of your brain wants to fix. Act and move. That's not laziness. That's sacred maturity. Steve Harvey, a comedian turned host and speaker, once shared how he lived in his car for years torn between giving up and trusting the vision God gave him. He said, "Your career is what you're paid for. Your calling is what you're made for. Can you feel the difference? You're not late. You're just on a divine clock. You're not frozen. You're being formed. You're not lost. You're being led, and those who are led by the Spirit are never out of step. They're simply dancing to a rhythm the world cannot hear. There is a weight you've carried that most won't ever recognize, a constant inner tension between what the world applauds and what your soul whispers. It's not confusion, it's confirmation. You're being recalibrated. That pull you feel, it's not weakness, it's warfare between old programming and eternal purpose. You're no longer responding from habit or pressure. You're moving from a consecrated place. Can you sense the shift? When familiar routines no longer satisfy and easy answers no longer apply, it's a sign that your spirit is operating on divine frequency. This deeper walk requires a sharper discernment. The speed that once looked like success now feels like sabotage. The applause that once excited you now distracts you. Why? Because when you live to please God, accuracy matters more than momentum. Who told you you had to move fast to matter? Who told you that visibility equals validity? Sometimes the most powerful shift isn't in a leap, it's in a pause. Abraham didn't become the father of nations by rushing into public favor. He obeyed a whisper that led him into wilderness. Genesis 12:1 says, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." Not explain, not advertise, just show. Can you trust a God who reveals the next step only after you move? And when He leads, He always sustains. Not always how you expect, not always when you want, but always with divine timing. Elijah, drained and disillusioned under a broom tree, was fed by ravens and touched by an angel provision wrapped in mystery. 1 Kings 19:5-6. Can you rest in the in-between, where logic fails but provision still finds you? It's not that you're falling behind. It's that you're being positioned, not for applause, but for sustainability, for depth, for clarity. There's a reason your pace looks strange to those running in circles. You're building from obedience, not adrenaline. And what obedience builds outlasts anything fear can manufacture. Is it really delay? Or is it divine protection from premature exposure? There's a young woman named Aria who once turned down a dream job at a luxury fashion firm in Milan, her childhood fantasy. But the day before she signed the contract, she felt an invisible stop in her spirit. Everyone called her foolish. 6 months later, that company collapsed under scandal. Today, she runs a non-profit that equips artisans in rural Kenya, and her joy has never felt more real. Sometimes what looks like loss to the world is just heaven rerouting you to glory. Why are you still trying to prove what heaven has already approved? Let go of the pressure to appear successful. Let go of the guilt that says you're not doing enough. God never asked you to be impressive. He asked you to be obedient. When the voice of God tells you to rest, do you honor it as a command or dismiss it as laziness? When He says, wait, do you resist? Or do you trust that He's preparing rooms your resume could never unlock? Artist and activist Ai Weiwei once said, "A small act is worth 1,000,000 thoughts," though not a theologian. His life reminds us that it's not the noise of impact, but the faithfulness of it that transforms generations. Is your stillness making room for something weightier than movement? Clarity doesn't grow in chaos. Like roots beneath still water, your unseen obedience is stretching into the depths. Your stillness is sacred soil. That silent place is not empty, it's incubating power. Can you sense the inner architecture forming in silence? A lion does not chase every noise in the junglite, moves only when it's time to dominate. What if your waiting is not passive, but preparatory? What if your pause is a prophecy in motion? When the time comes, you will move not with hustle, but with heavenly force. You will not stagger, you will surge. Until then, stay aligned, stay grounded, stay listening, because the voice that whispered, wait, will be the same one that commands, go. And when that moment comes, every ounce of stillness will erupt into divine velocity. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to settle into the comfort of systems that ignore the supernatural in you. Your pace has been slower because your foundation is eternal. Your struggle to fit in has been the mercy of God keeping you from shrinking your destiny to match someone else's expectation. The tension, the delay, the silence, it was never punishment. It was preparation. Chosen one. You're not behind. You're not broken. You're being built for something that doesn't exist yet because you're the one sent to build it. Your gifts are not leftovers. They are blueprints. What God placed inside you doesn't belong in the margins of culture. It was made to shift culture. So don't run back to what's familiar just because the unfamiliar feels lonely. You were never called to be comfortable. You were called to be consecrated. And now, you stand at a threshold. Will you keep chasing survival, or will you surrender to significance? Heaven is not watching your performance. Heaven is responding to your alignment. When you choose obedience over optics, when you choose silence over spectacle, you are sowing into legacy. You are laying the bricks of something that will outlive you. So keep building what they can't see. Keep obeying the whisper they don't understand. Keep walking roads they call foolish, because when God moves through you, it will make sense in hindsight, never in advance. If this word confirmed what you've been sensing, I invite you to take action. Like this video so that other chosen ones still wrestling in the wilderness can find their confirmation through it. Share this with someone who's been feeling the same tension between expectation and calling. Comment below with what part of this message stirred your spirit. Or simply write 777 as your prophetic agreement. Subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another word released in season. And if this message has truly blessed your spirit and you feel led to support this ministry through a super thanks, I thank you deeply. But even if you don't give, your presence, your hunger, your faithfulness mean more than you know. You are not just a viewer. You are part of a remnant, a generation rising from the wilderness not to survive, but to reform, rebuild, and release glory. So I bless your discernment. I bless your timing. I bless your rest. I bless your unseen labor. I bless your strange obedience. and I bless the moment God whispers, "Now, go, because when you move, heaven will move with you. You are chosen, you are ready, and your time is sacred. Stay aligned, stay expectant, and I'll see you in the next word." If you've stumbled upon this message, it is not by accident, it is a divine appointment. The signs are multiplying, the air is shifting, and heaven is whispering your name. This is not for the casual listener. This is not for the curious wanderer. This is for you, the one who has felt the unshakable pull, the one who knows deep down that the clock is running out. You have always known you were different. You've felt it in the quiet nights when your soul seemed to vibrate with something eternal. You've sensed it in moments of chaos, when a strange peace whispered, "You were made for more." And now, 7 signs, 7 terrifying markers are emerging to confirm what you feared and hoped. Your time is almost over. Before we go deeper, I want to thank every single one of you who has stood with me, prayed for me, and even supported me through super thanks. Your presence here is no small thing. It's proof you are part of something far greater than yourself. If you feel this message in your spirit, I want you to comment 777 right now. Because heaven is watching, who will respond? Stay with me until the very end. Because the 7th sign will shake you to your core. God's chosen ones. 7 terrifying signs. Your time is almost over. Who are the chosen ones? They are not set apart by applause or pedigree, but by assignment. The Eternal marked them for work that outlives seasons, trends, and human memory. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1-5. Being chosen does not elevate the ego, it consecrates life. You carry a message that does not bend to crowds, and a burden that cannot be outsourced. Your patterns have never been common, where others skim the surface. Your spirit searches the depths. You've tasted ridicule, misunderstanding, even isolation, not because you failed to fit in, but because you were never crafted to. The presence you carry unsettles the rooms you enter, not with noise, but with truth. That unease is not rejection from heaven, it is recognition from it. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Light does not argue with darkness, it exposes it, and exposure is rarely welcomed. There is a pressure in the atmosphere lately, a density that doesn't feel like dread, but destiny. Have you felt the atmosphere change around you these days? The subtle trembling within is not panic, it is the inner bell of your calling, tolling for a crossing that is closer than it looks. Your path is not a committee assignment, it is a solitary commission. Elijah knew that feeling on Carmel. You may stand seemingly alone, yet you are not unseen. The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are attentive to their cry. Psalm 34-15. Heaven watches, weighs, and then at the exact hour opens. To understand the shaping, borrow a lens from a master of form, Renaissance sculptor, Michelangelo, Ons confessed. I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free. That is what your seasons of pressure have been, chisels in the hands of God. The blows were precise. The silences were intentional. The fragments that fell were never meant to travel with you. What others called loss was, in truth, subtraction for clarity. Yet with calling comes hazard. The early church knew a man named Demas, once a co-laborer with Paul, later seduced by the present age. He didn't fall in a single dramatic collapse. He drifted by 1,000 small preferences until the mission no longer fit his lifestyle. The consequence? He slipped from the center of a move of God to a cautionary footnote. This is the antagonist's trap for the chosen, trading assignment for ambiance, covenant for convenience, impact for image. When did the noise of the present age start to sound more reasonable than the whisper of your mandate? That question, faced honestly, Sav destiny. Now the hour tilts. Many of the chosen sense the veil thinning the line between where you are and where you are sent, nearly translucent. The entertainment you once indulged feels weightless. The conversations you once tolerated feel foreign. Our citizenship is in heaven, and we eagerly await a Savior from there. Philippians 3:20. This is not about physical death. For the chosen, leaving the world is often the end of illusions, not breath the exit from limiting scripts into original design. What if the pressure you feel is not an enemy at your throat, but the bell that signals your next assignment has already begun? The shift is not a rumor, it is a summons. History hands you courage at just the right moment. In Britain's bleakest nights, Winston Churchill rallied a weary nation with grit distilled into one line: "If you're going through hell, keep going." That sentence lives well beyond politics. It belongs to anyone crossing a valley with a word from God. Do not pitch a tent in a place you were meant to pass through. Do not negotiate with things that only understand authority. If the door opened right now into the work heaven trusts you to carry, would you step through without bargaining for a safer route? The promise remains for those who refuse to dim. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Daniel 12:3. Your future is not a theory, it is an appointment. Your voice is not content, it is a key. Your obedience is not a private virtue, it is a public deliverance waiting to happen. The hour will not slow down for hesitation. Stand up, chosen one. Break agreement with lesser stories. Seal your yes. Walk forward as if the floor will appear under each step, because it will. Heaven has invested too much ink in your name to let your chapter fade in the margins. Rise, and let the light within you do what it was born to do. The knowledge I'm about to unveil is not common currency, it is sacred gold. Not every ear is prepared to hear it, and not every heart is able to bear its weight. Do not give dogs what is sacred, do not throw your pearls to pigs. Matthew 7:6. If you are still here, it is because something in you recognizes the sound of home. That recognition is not random, it is a sign you have already begun answering the call. This is not entertainment, this is activation. When the eternal voice reaches into time, it doesn't merely inform, it transforms. As Amos 3:7 declares. Surely the sovereign Lord does nothing without revealing his plan to his servants, the prophets. The truths you're about to hear will either awaken a slumbering giant inside you or drive you away if you're not ready. Are you certain your spirit can stand in the wind about to blow? We are going to uncover 7 unmistakable signs that your life is nearing a threshold, whether that means ascending to a higher spiritual plane, stepping into an expanded dimension of awareness, or shedding the husks of an old life to reveal your divine core. This is not symbolic fluff. These signs are the scaffolding heaven erects to prepare you for the next construction phase of your soul, like the shedding of an ancient tree's bark to make room for new growth. The process can feel raw. It strips away the camouflage you've worn in a world more comfortable with imitation than authenticity. And yet, beneath the roughness, life is already pulsing. Have you felt that strange combination of loss and renewal in the same breath? That's how resurrection often enters, quiet, disruptive, unstoppable. When truth lands in the human spirit, it resonates like a pure note struck in an ancient cathedral. You may find yourself nodding, even tearing up, as though a locked door in your soul has finally opened. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. That is not sentiment. It is spiritual recognition. It's the same unexplainable familiarity sailors feel when the wind shifts and the scent of land reaches them after months at sea. But here is a warning. This path is not for the faint-hearted. Will you still walk forward when the light exposes the parts of you you've been protecting? Many begin, but few finish. In the annals of Scripture, King Saul began with humility, but ended in rebellion, seeking counsel from darkness when heaven grew silent. His crown could not protect him from the collapse of his integrity, and his end was as tragic as it was avoidable. That is the cost of drifting from the caller while still wearing the title of the called. The sacred journey ahead is not just about spotting the signs, it is about embracing them, letting them become waypoints in your transformation. The Apostle Paul reminds us, we are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory. 2 Corinthians 3:18. Each sign is a chisel stroke on the sculpture of your destiny, shaping you for the unveiling. The natural world reflects this truth. Think of the Arctic fox, whose coat changes with the seasons, white in winter, brown in summer, not to become something else, but to survive and thrive in the environment it is sent into. In the same way, your spiritual covering shifts to match the season God has assigned you, and art has long carried this echo. In the 1948 British film, The Fallen Idol, a child learns the painful truth that the figure he idolized was flawed. That revelation is spiritual as well. Idols must fall so the true king can stand. In your journey, false supports will crumble, not to harm you, but to train you to lean only on the unshakable. So, here is the challenge. Do not approach these 7 signs as curiosities to collect, but as coordinates to obey. They are not road decorations, they are the road itself. When they appear, act. Heaven's timing does not stall for hesitation. Be dressed ready for service and keep your lamps burning. Luke 12:35. Stand up, chosen one. The hour has already begun shifting under your feet. Step into it with the certainty of one who knows they were born for the crossing. If you are still here, pause for a moment. Breathe deeply. Notice the current running through your body, the magnetic pull in your heart. You are exactly where you are meant to be. This is not random alignment. It is the architecture of heaven unfolding around you. The steps of a righteous man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. You are about to step into a revelation that was never meant for the masses, for the chosen ones. Leaving this world rarely means disappearing from it. It is not a vanishing act, but a metamorphosis, a spiritual evolution that lifts you beyond the fixed coordinates of this earthly dimension. Have you ever wondered why your soul feels like it's in motion, even when your body is still? That's because your essence is already rehearsing for the next realm. This transition is both personal and cosmic. Like a cathedral dome designed with perfect resonance, every note, every echo, calibrated for heaven's frequency. The process is not about escaping life, but about ascending above its illusions. Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things. Colossians 3:2. Think of the way a butterfly emerges from its cocoon. The caterpillar does not die in defeat. It undergoes a precise biological reconfiguration, trading crawling for flight. In the same way, You are shedding the dense layers of fear, doubt, and attachment. Do you feel that subtle loosening, as if the skin of your old life no longer fits? That's the Spirit tailoring you for eternity. From your first breath, your soul's journey has been in motion. Every battle scar, every unanswered prayer, every unexpected victory, they were the scaffolding of your transformation. These trials were not random strikes. They were like the controlled stress in tempered glass without it. The structure could not hold greater light, for our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. 2 Corinthians 4:17. Not all respond to this call well. In history, Cardinal Wolsey, once the most powerful churchman in England under Henry VIII, fell because he allowed ambition to overtake allegiance to God. His final words admitted the tragedy. If he had served God as faithfully as he had served the king, his end would have been far different. The same fate waits for any chosen one who mistakes the throne room for a personal stage. On the other side of this lesson stand those who embraced the transformation. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor who resisted the Nazi regime, once said, "When Christ calls a man, he bids him come and die." He didn't mean physical death alone, but the surrender of the old self so the new creation could rise. His life and ultimate sacrifice became a blueprint for faithful transition between realms, living fully in the physical while anchored in the eternal. This duality is the strange tension of the chosen, living in two worlds at once, one foot in the noise of the material, the other in the stillness of the divine. It feels like standing in a stadium during the hush before the decisive play, your spirit alert, your breath suspended, knowing that everything is about to shift. Our citizenship is in heaven, Philippians 3:20. And that pull you feel toward something greater is the resonance of home. Will you trust the process when the old scaffolding is dismantled? The call to transition is not an event that happens to you, it happens through you. It is a co-creation between your soul and the divine architect. In physics, resonance occurs when an object vibrates at the same frequency as an external force, amplifying its motion. In the spiritual, you are learning to vibrate at heaven's pitch, amplifying the purposes of God through your life. This preparation is not about fear, it is about surrender. It is knowing that the Master Builder is aligning every beam and arch of your being for a glory you cannot yet imagine. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Philippians 1:6. Chosen one. This is your moment. Stand, not as one unsure of their footing, but as one who has heard the whistle before the final play. The field is yours to cross. The finish line is not a grave, it is a gateway. Step forward, and let the old earth fall away beneath your feet. Sign 1. A deep sense of detachment. Have you noticed lately that the world feels distant? Not in a way that makes you careless, but in a way that makes you aware that something deeper is calling. Do not love the world or anything in the world. 1 John 2:15. This is not boredom, nor is it apathy. It is the soul's quiet announcement that you are no longer tethered to what once held you captive. Detachment for the chosen one is not about hiding from life. It's about standing in life, but refusing to be defined by it. You may still attend the gatherings, answer the messages, fulfill your duties, but there's a growing clarity in you. This is not my home, for here we do not have an enduring city, but we are looking for the city that is to come. Hebrews 13:14. Have you caught yourself sitting in a conversation you once enjoyed, and suddenly realizing it feels hollow, Social media that used to spark curiosity now feels like noise. Pursuits that once fed your ambition now feel small compared to the magnitude of what's stirring in your spirit. This is not laziness, it's spiritual evolution. History offers us examples of this holy detachment. The missionary and author Elizabeth Elliot, who lost her husband Jim to martyrdom in Ecuador, once said, "One does not surrender a life in an instant. That which is lifelong can only be surrendered in a lifetime." Her life proved that letting go of what you love most does not end you, it enlarges you. But there are also cautionary tales. In the book of Acts, Demas, once a fellow worker with Paul, is remembered for loving this present world more than the mission. 2 Timothy 4:10. His name lingers not in honor, but in warning. Like a captain abandoning his post mid-battle, he walked away from his calling, and the eternal chapter he might have written was left blank. Are you holding on to something that could cost you the chapter heaven has planned? This detachment often brings shifts in relationships. People who once felt like family may now feel strangely foreign, and others may drift without explanation. Can two walk together except they agree? Amos 3:3. Painful as it is, this pruning makes space for divine alignments. One of the hallmarks of this stage is the observer mindset. You still move through your daily routines, but you sense yourself watching from a higher vantage point, like a climber looking down at winding valleys below. You begin to see that much of what people fight over are illusions, stage props in a play that is not the real story. Have you realized lately that the arguments consuming others no longer have power over you? That is not detachment from reality, it's alignment with truth. Letting go becomes easier. You might walk away from a job, release a long-held opinion, or close the door on a relationship that no longer fits your purpose. It's like packing for a permanent move. You can't take clutter into the new house. Throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles. Hebrews 12:1. This process can feel unsettling, especially for those used to grasping tightly, yet the loosening of your grip is not loss, it's preparation. Detachment is not the death of connection, it's the birth of a greater one. You're not disconnecting from life, you're connecting to its source. So take courage. You are not drifting aimlessly, you are being steered toward eternity. Detachment is heaven's way of loosening your anchor from shallow waters so you can sail into the depths. Come out from among them and be separate, says the Lord. 2 Corinthians 6:17. Stand, chosen one. Let the things that no longer serve your destiny fall away. The vessel cannot rise if it's weighed down with cargo meant for another shore. Release it and watch how light you become when heaven is your horizon. Sign 2. Heightened spiritual awareness. Have you felt lately that the air around you carries a different weight, as if the unseen is leaning closer, brushing against the edges of your perception? This is not coincidence. It is a sign that the eyes of your soul are opening wider than they ever have before. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Matthew 5:8. And when your heart begins to see, even the smallest moments become doorways into the eternal, a leaf drifting across your path, a sudden stillness in the wind. These are no longer background details. They feel like whispers from another realm. A surge in spiritual awareness is one of the clearest confirmations that your spirit is preparing to transcend the narrow walls of the material realm and enter a higher dimension of existence. The chosen ones in this stage begin to notice patterns others walk past blindly, numbers repeating, moments aligning, whispers in the spirit that seem to speak directly into your day. This is more than coincidence, it is calibration. Heaven is tuning your senses to pick up messages that used to be drowned out by noise. The awareness sharpens not to make you superior, but to make you responsive to divine timing. Like the way some animals sense an approaching storm before the clouds gather, your soul begins to feel the tremors of what is coming before it arrives. Have you wondered why certain places feel different the moment you enter them? Your spirit is reading frequencies beyond human speech, catching the truth in the room before a word is said. You may even find that certain environments now feel too loud spiritually, and your inner compass quietly redirects you elsewhere. This is the Spirit teaching you to navigate not just geography, but atmosphere. This awakening often makes you more sensitive to creation itself. Standing beneath a canopy of old oak trees, you may suddenly feel as if you are not observing nature, but being observed by it, drawn into the slow, eternal rhythm of God's handiwork. The heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of His hands. Psalm 19:1. In that moment, the line between Creator and creation feels thinner, as if the Garden of Eden has momentarily unfolded around you. You realize you are part of the same song the stars have been singing since the beginning. In art, truth has been echoed. In the 1961 French film, The Gospel According to St. Capta, Matthew, the silence between Christ's words often speaks louder than the dialogue. That same silence begins to live in you, not emptiness, but a fullness beyond sound. You find yourself drawn to prayer, journaling, stillness, not as obligations, but as lifelines. Pause. Each moment of quiet becomes a chamber where the voice of God resonates more clearly, and in those moments, you recognize that silence is not the absence of God, but His chosen canvas. Your dreams may now take on the clarity of parables, crossing bridges of light, walking through open gates, meeting figures who feel both strange and familiar, like migrating birds navigating by constellations. Your spirit is being guided by coordinates the mind cannot chart. In the last days, God says, I will pour out my spirit. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions. Joel 2:28. These dreams are not passive, they leave imprints, nudging you toward choices you would not have made in your own reasoning. They are prophetic rehearsals for a reality that is already on its way. With this gift comes a challenge. The world may feel louder, brighter, and more chaotic than before. Crowds may feel heavier, conversations more draining. Have you asked yourself why what once entertained you now leaves you restless? That's because your appetite is changing. Your spirit no longer feeds on noise. It hungers for depth. This hunger will not be satisfied with empty words or shallow encounters. It demands the bread of truth and the wine of presence. And though it may isolate you, it also purifies your company, drawing to you those who carry the same fire. The shift can be overwhelming. Even the great minds knew this. The composer Johann Sebastian Bach, whose music carried the fingerprints of heaven, said, I play the notes as they are written, but it is God who makes the music. This is spiritual awareness, doing what is natural while God breathes the supernatural through it. When you live this way, ordinary actions become liturgies, and your life itself becomes a score the Spirit is composing in real time. But beware, the enemy often tries to counterfeit this awakening. He can flood the senses with distraction disguised as revelation, pulling attention away from the source. Without discernment, heightened awareness can be hijacked into obsession with signs instead of submission to the one who sends them. Will you use this gift to chase the giver, or will you let it become an idol in itself? This is why the gift of awareness must be guarded with humility, because the higher your vision, the greater your accountability. At its core, heightened spiritual awareness is the awakening of your true essence. You are not becoming something foreign, you are becoming what you were always meant to be. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light we see light. Psalm 36:9. And when you see through his light, the world is no longer a prison, it becomes a map, with every step carrying you closer to home. Chosen one. Stand firm in this awakening. Tune your senses not to the chaos of the crowd, but to the cadence of eternity. The world is getting louder because heaven is drawing nearer. Step forward. The light is waiting. And when you do, you will realize it has been waiting for you all along. Sign 3. Physical sensations and energy shifts. Have you noticed your body speaking in a language you can't quite explain? Tingling in your hands or feet? A strange lightness in your step? Sudden waves of fatigue or bursts of unstoppable energy? These are not random quirks. They are the physical ripples of a deeper current moving through you. Do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit? 1 Corinthians 6:19. The temple always responds when the glory enters. When the Spirit rests upon you, even your breathing seems to shift into a new rhythm, as if your lungs have been tuned to a quieter, slower heartbeat of eternity. You may feel as though your skin itself is aware, alert, waiting. For the chosen ones, these sensations are not inconveniences, they are sacred confirmations. Your body is the cathedral in which your soul's transformation is unfolding. In architecture, when an ancient structure is reinforced for greater weight, scaffolding appears. Beams shift, and vibrations run through the stone. You are undergoing the same, a divine renovation designed to carry a higher frequency than before. Have you ever wondered why your body feels both heavy and weightless on the same day? It is the paradox of matter adjusting to glory. The Spirit is stretching your physical frame to hold what once would have overwhelmed you. Even your posture, the way you carry yourself, begins to subtly change as your vessel aligns with its higher blueprint. Your physical form is deeply intertwined with your spirit. When your soul begins preparing for ascension into a higher realm, your body recalibrates like an instrument being tuned to perfect pitch. This tuning is beautiful, but it is not silent. It comes with tension, resonance, and vibration. As the strings of your being settle into harmony with heaven's score, may God himself sanctify you through and through. May your whole spirit, soul, and body be kept blameless. 1 Thessalonians 5:23. Just as a master violinist adjusts the strings until they sing, God adjusts the frequencies of your being until they no longer waver. In those moments, the discomfort you feel is the friction of transformation, the sound of imperfection giving way to perfect resonance. These shifts often manifest in 4 common ways: tingling and vibrations, especially in your hands, feet, or the crown of your head. Some describe it as gentle electricity, others as a warm, buzzing hum. It's your energy centers activating, opening gates that have long been dormant. Sometimes it comes in waves, other times in a sudden rush, like a gust of wind catching sails that were still a moment ago. Fatigue and restlessness. You may feel as if you are carrying an invisible weight, then suddenly find yourself flooded with vitality, like tides drawn by the moon. Your body is cycling between release and replenishment to match the flow of spiritual energy. In these times, you may sleep as if in hibernation, or pace with the restlessness of a runner waiting for the starting gun, changes in appetite and sleep. You might crave lighter foods, more pure water, or suddenly lose the taste for substances you once enjoyed. Your sleep patterns may shift into seasons of deep rest or restless nights, depending on how your spirit is working within you. There will be days when food feels like fuel for the journey, and others when only silence and water seem to satisfy. Aches, pains, and sensitivity, unexplained tension in the neck, back, or joints is often the body's way of releasing blockages. As the plumbing of your spiritual energy clears, it can temporarily feel like pressure before the flow smooths out. Even a light touch, a shift in temperature, or a fragment of sound may stir sensations in ways you never noticed before. Have you asked yourself why your chest sometimes feels warm during prayer, or why your scalp tingles when you worship? These are not random, they are signals of alignment. The crown opened to receive divine wisdom. The heart expands to hold more love. Your body is the staging ground for your spirit's commissioning. It is as if the architecture of your inner temple is being expanded, new halls, higher ceilings, and open windows to let in the light. The world of music gives us a metaphor for this shift. The Polish composer Henryk Górecki, whose symphony No. 3 is known for its haunting stillness, once said that true music is born when the notes are surrounded by silence. Your physical adjustments are those silent spaces necessary for the divine melody to be played through you without distortion. This means your pauses, your moments of stillness, are not empty. They are holy measures in the score of your life. They make room for the fullness of the next note to land with power. But as with any upgrade, there are challenges. The body is denser than the spirit and slower to adapt, which is why these sensations can feel overwhelming. In physics, resonance occurs when one object vibrates at the frequency of another, amplifying its motion. Spiritually, this is you learning to resonate with the eternal, an alignment that changes how you move, breathe, and perceive. And just like resonance can cause a bridge to tremble before it stabilizes, your body may shake before it learns to carry the weight of this new harmony. During this season, give your body the cooperation it needs. Rest without guilt. For sleep is the repair workshop of the soul. Hydrate and nourish with what brings life, not just flavor. Ground yourself, walk barefoot on the earth. Breathe deeply. Stand beneath the sky until you feel small enough to remember God's vastness. Treat these not as self-care tips, but as acts of obedience to the care of the temple God has given you. Will you honor that temple as faithfully as you guard your spirit? This is not weakness, this is strengthening. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Isaiah 40:29. The discomfort will pass, but the transformation will not. Your body will not return to its old settings. It will remain tuned to a higher frequency. Chosen one, do not fear the tremors. You are being tuned for eternity. When the master musician places his hands on your instrument, the vibrations are proof he is near. Lean into the process, and soon, the body that once struggled to carry your calling will move with the grace of one perfectly attuned to the frequency of heaven. And when that day comes, even the air around you will hum with the sound of his presence. Sign 4. A sense of urgency about your purpose. Do you feel the clock of eternity pressing against your spirit? Not with panic, but with clarity so sharp it almost aches. This isn't the urgency of meeting a deadline or pleasing another person. It is the whisper of heaven declaring, "The night is nearly over, the day is almost here." Romans 13:12. Something deep inside you is saying there is no more time to waste on what does not matter. It's not fear, it's alignment. This is the voice of your soul telling you the window for your mission is open now. And the cost of hesitation will be greater than the cost of obedience. Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. Psalm 90:12. Have you noticed how old assignments or dreams you thought were long buried suddenly return, demanding your attention with a weight they never carried before? That is not nostalgia. It is heaven calling you back to finish what was started. The shift is unmistakable. Things that once consumed you, career trophies, applause, possessions now feel strangely hollow. You find yourself asking different questions. What legacy will I leave? Who will be different because I said yes? How will heaven remember my name? Have you caught yourself mid-conversation, realizing the topic no longer touches your spirit? That's not boredom, it's pruning. Even in the world of leadership, there are those who understand this principle. Leadership mentor John Maxwell once said, "You'll never change your life until you change something you do daily." His point wasn't about productivity, it was about obedience to what truly matters. When the inner clock starts to chime, your daily steps either carry you toward your calling or away from it. But history also warns us of those who ignored the moment. King Jehoiakim of Judah, mentioned in Jeremiah 22, had the chance to bring justice and honor back to his reign. Instead, he pursued selfish gain, building his palace on oppression. His window closed. His reign ended in disgrace. And his name was remembered for what he neglected, not what he accomplished. Ignoring divine urgency is never neutral. It has a cost. Have you felt that same inner pull and wondered what would happen if you refused it? This urgency is not tied to the ticking hands of a clock. It's tied to your soul's awareness of its divine timeline. For the vision is yet for the appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay. Habakkuk 2-3. You have been prepared for this moment through every trial, delay, and lesson. It is as if life is now stripping away all the noise, so that only your mission remains. The feeling that time is running out is not here to make you frantic, it's here to make you focused. You may feel drawn to pick up the pen again, make the call, start the project, or step into a space you once thought too big for you. Have you realized yet that this pull is not impulse, it is orchestration? If this urgency is in you, it is not to be ignored. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord. Colossians 3:23. Start where you are, with what you have. Release the habits, relationships, and routines that dilute your focus. Protect your attention as if it were sacred ground, because it is. Even the smallest act in the right direction can ripple into eternity. Every yes you give to God now is a seed sown into generations you may never meet. And when that whisper says, "Move," you must move. This urgency is a sacred reminder that your time here is precious. It is heaven's way of saying, you are ready. The delays of the past were not denials, they were preparation. But this moment will not remain open forever. Somewhere, someone's breakthrough is tied to your obedience. I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus. Philippians 3:14. Chosen one. The stage is set. The script is written. And your cue has been spoken. Stand. Step forward. Do not let the moment pass. You were born for such a time as this, and such a time will not come twice. Sign 5. Intense dreams and visions of departure. Have your nights been filled with dreams, so vivid they feel like another life? Dreams where you are flying, stepping through a doorway, crossing a bridge, or boarding a vessel bound for somewhere unknown. These are not random images from an overactive mind. They are sacred signals. And it shall come to pass in the last days, says God, that I will pour out of my Spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your young men shall see visions. Your old men shall dream dreams. Acts 2:17. For the chosen ones, such dreams and waking visions are like letters sealed in heaven and delivered directly to the soul, declaring, it is time to move. These encounters speak the language of symbols. To dream of a bridge is to stand on the threshold between what was and what will be. To dream of packing a bag is to acknowledge that part of your spirit has already accepted the departure. A flight through open skies may mirror the eagle's ascent above the storm, freedom from earthly restraints. Clarity of vision from heights unreachable to those still bound to the ground. Have you noticed how these dreams often leave you with a calm urgency, as if the journey has already begun while you were still asleep? Nature itself mirrors this mystery. Consider the monarch butterfly, whose migration spans generations, each one flying a portion of the journey toward a land it has never seen, yet instinctively knows. Your dreams may carry the same, pull an inner navigation toward a destination written into you before you were born. For here we have no continuing city, but we seek the one to come. Hebrews 13:14. Sometimes these dreams include the presence of guides, spiritual figures, ancestors, or loved ones who have already crossed into eternity. They may walk beside you, sit in silence, or speak words that echo long after you wake. It's time. You're ready. In the same way Christ appeared to his disciples after the resurrection, speaking peace into their fear. John 20:19. These messengers come to remind you that you do not cross alone. Have you ever woken with the unshakable feeling that someone was sent to prepare you? The feeling in these dreams is unlike anything in ordinary sleep. They carry a weight of clarity, a sacred stillness like stepping into a cathedral where the air itself listens. In cinematic art, the 1960 Italian film La Dolce Vita ends with a haunting shoreline scene, where a silent gesture from a distance speaks louder than any dialogue. Such moments in dreams are the same images, so potent they bypass language and lodge directly into the heart. They are fragments of a higher realm, breaking through the veil. For some, the visions don't wait for night. In waking moments during prayer, in the hush between breaths, you might glimpse yourself walking into light, releasing something from your hands, or standing at the threshold of an endless horizon. Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. Psalm 119-105. These waking visions carry the same sacred current, the same quiet certainty, as the dreams that visit you at night. If these experiences have been finding you, do not dismiss them as imagination. Treat them as gifts entrusted to your care. Keep a journal by your bed. Record every image, every word, every sensation, even if it seems small. Over time, patterns will emerge, threads that weave together into a message only you can fully understand. Have you thought about what heaven might be trying to tell you if the same image returns again and again? These dreams and visions are not threats, they are invitations. They are God's way of preparing you for a chapter your spirit already knows is coming. Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things, which you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. They are glimpses of the higher realm, a reminder that your journey is unfolding exactly as it was written. Trust them, honor them, and when the time comes to step across the bridge, do so with the confidence of one who has already walked it in the night watches. Chosen one. The visions you carry are not merely dreams, they are previews of destiny. When the door opens, walk through it without hesitation, for it leads to the place you were born to reach. When the meaning of a dream is shrouded in mystery, its weight can press upon the heart like the slow toll of a cathedral bell in the night. Some of God's chosen ones have confessed that these visions felt more tangible than the waking world itself, clearer, more vibrant, as though the veil between realms had momentarily lifted. In those moments, reality becomes less like stone and more like stained glass. Light passes through, refracting divine patterns you could not see before. And it shall come to pass afterward, that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams. Joel 2:28. But what if those dreams were not simply nocturnal wanderings, but carefully etched blueprints in the architecture of your destiny? What if each vision was a beam, a column, or an arch in the cathedral of your eternal calling? For many chosen ones, these experiences are not confined to the night. Daylight itself can be interrupted by sudden flashes, waking visions that arrive like the strike of a conductor's baton just before the symphony begins. In psychological terms, these could be described as heightened theta wave intrusions, moments when the mind slips briefly into the frequency of the unseen. You might find yourself seeing an image of walking into blinding light, or releasing something from your hands into an unseen current, or standing on the edge of a vast open expanse that feels like the threshold of another dimension. These are not idle daydreams. They are divine intrusions into the architecture of your perception. The prophet Isaiah once declared, "And your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it." Isaiah 30:21. Could it be that what you are seeing is heaven whispering through the blueprint of your future? In moments of stillness, as if you were between battles on a great field, these visions can come subtle yet overwhelming, calm yet charged. The sensation can feel like standing inside the nave of a great cathedral just before the choir sings. When the air itself seems to vibrate with anticipation, it is here, in this suspended moment, that the soul receives what the mind cannot yet comprehend. Leonardo da Vinci, the Renaissance master who was not only a painter but also an inventor of intricate machines, once wrote, "The noblest pleasure is the joy of understanding." And in a similar way, when God grants you these glimpses, it is not to confuse you, but to give you the joy of recognizing your place in His unfolding design. These experiences are a sacred trust, but they also carry a warning. Judas Iscariot, once a disciple walking alongside the light himself, ignored the signs and allowed greed to overwrite destiny. His visions, if he ever had them, were swallowed by the gravitational pull of his own choices. The outcome was not merely betrayal, it was the forfeiting of his place in the divine blueprint. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Mark 8:36. How many today risk the same, dismissing divine visions as fantasy while running headlong into the arms of lesser callings? In physics, resonance occurs when a system vibrates in harmony with an external force. Your spirit is the instrument, and heaven is the frequency. When you record your dreams, writing them down before the sands of time can erase them, you are tuning yourself to that resonance. Over time, Patterns emerge, like constellations in the night sky. One vision may seem small, but connected with another, they form the map of where you are headed. Write the vision, and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. Habakkuk 2:2. If you embrace them, these dreams and visions become not just private wonders, but guiding stars in your navigation toward eternity. They are the scaffold and the cornerstone, the plumb line and the keystone of your purpose. And just as a master architect measures twice before he lays the final stone, God is aligning each image, each encounter, each word to fit the exact proportions of your calling. Are you willing to let him finish the structure? Will you step through the door when it finally opens? So trust the process. Even if the corridor feels long and the light at the end distant, each dream is a herald. Each vision is a signpost. For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then face to face. 1 Corinthians 13:12. Honor these messages. Guard them like priceless manuscripts, and let them propel you into the fullness of what you were born to accomplish. This is not the time to retreat into doubt or hesitation. This is the hour to rise. Stand to your feet. Chosen one, your vision is not a coincidence. It is a commissioning. Sign 6. A profound peace beyond understanding. Have you noticed it? That unshakable stillness that refuses to be disturbed, even when storms rage around you. This is not the fragile calm that depends on sunny days and favorable news. It is a profound, bone-deep peace that rises from the very core of your being. A peace that whispers of eternity for God's chosen ones. Such a state is one of the clearest signs that you are preparing to shed the limits of this world and step into a higher dimension of existence. And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:7. This peace is not born of the absence of trouble, it is born of the presence of God. This is the calm before the transition. It's not about the removal of life's trials. Rather, it's the deep inner knowing that all is unfolding exactly as heaven intends. Your soul stops wrestling with the why and how of things, and instead rests in the assurance that the author of your story has never lost his grip on the pen. You find yourself surrendering not in defeat, but in reverent trust, realizing you no longer have to control every outcome. Can you feel it? That release of the invisible chains that once pulled your thoughts toward anxiety. This is not passivity, it's power in its purest form. Many chosen ones describe it as the moment the noise of life fades into the background, and they can finally hear the steady heartbeat of eternity. The fears that used to haunt your nights, the fear of loss, of failure, even of death, begin to lose their grip. It is as though your spirit has already stepped into the eternal room and inhaled its air. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Psalm 23:4. The shadow remains, but the terror is gone. What would your life look like if you could walk through the hardest valley and still smile with unshaken confidence? This peace also reveals itself in the way your priorities shift. What once felt urgent now feels trivial. What once consumed your attention now fades into the periphery. The spotlight turns toward what is eternal. What will matter 1,000 years from now? Pope Gregory the Great, known for his humility and leadership, once said, "The proof of love is in the works. Where love exists, it works great things." That same truth begins to pulse through you. You no longer act from fear or ambition, but from love, anchored in something unshakable. Yet we must remember where there is a chosen one standing in peace. there is often an enemy plotting disruption. Consider King Belshazzar of Babylon, who sat feasting in reckless arrogance while God's writing appeared on the wall. He too experienced a still moment. But his was not holy peace. It was the deceptive lull before judgment. His refusal to humble himself turned his last night into a sudden collapse. God hath numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Daniel 5:26. Peace without alignment to God's will is only the quiet before the ruin. For you, chosen one, the difference lies in the source. This peace comes because your spirit is tethered to the eternal, your mission already anchored in the unshakable kingdom. And when this peace rests on you, it does more than soothe, it becomes a weapon. It disarms the chaos, silences the accuser, and confuses the enemy. Why? Because you no longer play by the world's rules. You operate from a higher realm, where victory has already been written. So, guard this peace. Let it become the ground you stand on and the atmosphere you carry. Let it govern your words, shape your choices, and sustain your faith. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee. Isaiah 26:3. This is not the time to let distractions shake you. This is the hour to stand firm. Rise, chosen one, not in panic, but in the steady authority of one who knows their place in the eternal order. The world will not understand it, but heaven will recognize it. And when that moment comes for you to cross over into your higher calling, you will do so not with trembling, but with unshakable, holy peace. When this kind of peace begins to dissolve the old fears and anxieties, it does not leave you empty, it roots you deeper. You start to sense the architecture of a greater plan beneath every step you take, as if an invisible blueprint has always been guiding you. Even when you thought you were wandering, this is not indifference, nor detachment. It is alignment. It's the awareness that life's storms are but passing clouds, while your soul's horizon stretches into eternity. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. 2 Corinthians 4:17. Like a river that has found its course after years of carving through stone, you begin to flow without resistance, not because the waters have calmed, but because you have surrendered to the current that was always leading you home. The anxieties that once pressed against your chest like a tightening band now loosen, as if heaven itself has lifted the weight, and in their place comes a stillness so profound. It feels as though you are standing on the edge of an untouched forest, listening to the heartbeat of creation itself. In this stillness, will you finally trust the one who set the river in motion? This peace often comes hand in hand with a connection to the divine, so tangible you can almost trace its contours. It's as though the infinite has cupped your life in gentle, unyielding hands. You become aware of a presence that does not just guide, it upholds, breathes, and surrounds. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. Isaiah 41:10. Every breath becomes a prayer without words. Every pause feels like the sacred interval between two great symphony movements, where the silence itself becomes music. Nature seems to conspire to teach you. You notice how the towering cedar stands unshaken through centuries of wind and snow, its roots drinking from unseen waters deep below. You recognize yourself in that tree, no longer swayed by passing seasons, but anchored in the source. You feel the rhythm of waves at a hidden shoreline, each one a sermon on persistence and inevitability, wearing down even the hardest stone with patient grace. And in moments of stillness, you may find scenes from old sacred art and stories whispering into your heart. You might recall a moment from Franco Zeffirelli's Brother Sun, Sister Moon, where Francis of Assisi, stripped of possessions, stands in the open air, clothed only in the trust of God, unshaken, unashamed. That is the kind of freedom this peace carries, the removal of every false layer until nothing stands between your soul and its creator. If all was stripped away, would you still stand in that same trust, living in this state? The past no longer claws at your mind, and the future no longer looms with threat. You are here, now, and the here is enough because you are with Him. It is a sign that your soul has transcended the glass walls of the material world and stepped into the open air of spiritual reality. You are no longer a prisoner of the ego's endless demands for control, recognition, or reassurance. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10 becomes less a verse you read and more a heartbeat you live in. So, what to do with this peace? Protect it fiercely. Let it be the lens through which you see your battles and your blessings. Let it guide your decisions, shape your words, and steady your steps. The enemy will try to disturb it, because this kind of peace is not passive, it is war in disguise. It tells heaven you are anchored. It tells hell you are untouchable. And it tells your own soul that the mission ahead is not to be feared, but embraced. Chosen one. This peace is not the end of your story. It is the ground from which your next chapter will rise. Rise into it. Stand in it. Walk forward with the authority of one who is already held by eternity. The world may tremble, but you will remain, as steady and luminous as a lighthouse on a darkened coast, signaling to others that the shore is near. When you are anchored in your divine purpose, even the winds of uncertainty cannot sway you. If doubts ever rise like shadows at the edge of your mind, return to this peace, not as a fleeting mood, but as a fixed point in the architecture of your soul. This peace is like a load-bearing pillar in a cathedral, designed by the master builder himself. In physics, resonance occurs when two frequencies align perfectly. In the same way, your spirit now vibrates in harmony with heaven's frequency, producing a stability that no earthly chaos can disrupt. Whether through quiet meditation, the slow ink of journaling, or immersing yourself in the cathedral-like stillness of nature, this state becomes your sacred anchor, reminding you that you are precisely where eternity intended you to be. When the next storm comes, will you still trust the strength of the pillar within you? This profound peace is not simply a pleasant emotion, it is a verdict. It is heaven's seal on your readiness, a final inspection before the gates of the next realm swing open. You have dismantled the scaffolding of control that once surrounded you, brick by brick, replacing it with trust and surrender. You have stepped off the battlefield of self-will and now stand in the sacred pause between one war and the next, a stillness like the silence in an opera house just before the orchestra strikes its first note. As the Apostle Paul declared, "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith." 2 Timothy 4-7. This is not the end of your story. It is the passing of the torch to your next chapter. Or remember William Wilberforce, the British statesman whose life became a relentless crusade to abolish the slave trade. For over 20 years, he faced political opposition, public ridicule, and even threats to his life. Yet, he carried an unshakable peace, as if the outcome was already written in the courts of heaven. Historians note how his persistence mirrored the steady resonance of a tuning fork once struck. It continues to vibrate until the final note is heard. That is the kind of divine alignment you are stepping into, a frequency that refuses to be silenced, When your own note is struck, will you let it fade, or will you keep sounding until heaven's work through you is complete? Every trial, every sleepless night, every unanswered question has been an architectural blueprint shaping your ascent. You have walked through the corridors of loss, climbed the spiral staircases of patience, and stood under the vaulted ceilings of revelation. Now, the signs align detachment, heightened awareness, emotional release, physical sensations, urgency, vivid dreams, and finally, this deep, unshakable peace. These are not random, they are spiritual coordinates pointing you toward a higher plane. As Jesus promised, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. Do not let your hearts be troubled and do not be afraid." John 14:27. The sacred journey you are on is anything but common. From the moment you drew your first breath, there was an invisible call stitched into the fabric of your being. Challenges came not to crush you, but to chisel away everything that was not meant to cross into eternity. You have been tempered like steel in a forge, your edges refined by the heat of trial. The book of Isaiah reminds us, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned." Isaiah 43:2. This is why you are still here, and why you are now being summoned to rise. Trust the process. Even when it feels like the universe conspires against you, for in reality, it conspires for you. The prophet Jeremiah recorded God's assurance, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to give you hope and a future." Jeremiah 29:11. The illusions of this world are falling away. Only truth, love, and divine purpose remain. You are being ushered into a reality that mirrors your truest essence. The universe is not delaying you. It is aligning every element of time, space, and circumstance for your exact entrance into the next phase. When the appointed moment arrives, will you recognize it and have the courage to step through? So, chosen one, hear this final charge. This is not the time to shrink back. This is the hour to rise from the ashes, to plant your feet firmly on the sacred ground prepared for you, and to walk forward with the authority heaven has entrusted to you. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. The old has passed away. The new is not just coming, it is here. Sign 7. The sudden acceleration of time. There comes a season in the journey of the chosen ones when time no longer feels like a straight, measured line. Instead, it compresses and bends, moving with the momentum of a great river after a heavy rain. Days vanish before they are fully lived. Weeks collapse into the memory of a single breath, and the pace of events quickens as if heaven's clock is striking closer and closer to midnight. This is not mere busyness. It is the divine quickening, the shortening of days that Jesus spoke of when he said, "Unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved, but for the elect's sake those days will be shortened." Matthew 24:22. And with this quickening often comes a deep inner awareness that something irreversible has already begun, like the faint but undeniable vibration in the air before a great storm. When this acceleration comes, the chosen often find themselves in a strange tension, deeply aware of the urgency, yet covered by a supernatural calm. The usual rhythms of life feel too slow for what is unfolding. Have you felt lately that life's chapters are turning faster than you can read them? That conversations, decisions, and encounters seem to arrive in rapid succession, each carrying weight and meaning. This is the sign that the story is approaching its climax, and while the pace may feel disorienting, there is also a strange clarity, as if the path ahead is being illuminated in rapid flashes rather than a slow sunrise. The psalmist once wrote, "Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom." Psalm 90:12. In the quickening, numbering the days takes on a new meaning. Each day is not just a calendar square, but a divine assignment. A page in a story written before the foundation of the world. It is as if heaven's architects are moving the scaffolding around your life at an accelerated speed, preparing the final structure for unveiling. Every detail, every choice, every connection begins to feel intentional, as though invisible hands are placing them exactly where they belong. Throughout history, those appointed for great purposes have experienced this quickening. One such figure was Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing. For years, her calling was hidden, her life moving at the steady pace of routine. But once the Crimean War broke out, events moved so quickly that within months she was leading a team of nurses, transforming medical care and leaving a legacy that would echo for centuries. The acceleration was not her own doing, it was heaven's timing, pressing her into position, and those who were unprepared for such a moment often found themselves swept aside by it, unable to keep up with the demands of the hour. Yet, the quickening is not only for the righteous, it can also sweep the unprepared into a downfall. Consider the tragic story of Haman in the Book of Esther. Once he secured the king's favor, events escalated rapidly toward his plan to destroy the Jews. But the very gallows he built for Mordecai became his own end. Evil, too, has its acceleration, a rush toward judgment. As Proverbs warns, "The way of the wicked is like deep darkness. They do not know what makes them stumble." Proverbs 4:19. It is a sobering truth that the same force which lifts the faithful can just as swiftly destroy the corrupt. Nature, too, bears witness to this mystery, just as the mighty oak, after years of slow growth, bursts into a sudden season of rapid expansion before winter claims its leaves. So the soul of the chosen one may experience a final surge of growth and movement before stepping into the next realm. This period is often uncomfortable. Branches stretch, roots deepen, and the winds test the trunk's strength, yet it is necessary for the fullness of maturity. And when the frost finally comes, the tree stands ready, its work complete. Paul wrote to the Corinthians, "Now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation." 2 Corinthians 6:2. The quickening is heaven's way of saying now, not next year, not someday, but this very moment. It is the call to step into alignment without hesitation, to let go of lingering attachments, and to move forward with a courage that matches the speed of the Spirit's leading. In this, the chosen one learns that delay is no longer an option. This divine quickening is like the final act of a grand symphony. The tempo rises, each note more urgent, yet more precise, as the conductor draws all instruments into perfect harmony for the last resounding chord. If you are in this moment, know that you are not losing control. You are being moved by a force far greater than your own will. The crescendos you feel in your spirit are heaven's way of announcing that the curtain is about to rise on your next act. So the question stands, will you match the pace heaven has set, or will you resist, clinging to what is passing away? Every heartbeat now counts. Every step now carries prophetic weight. As Habakkuk was told, the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarries. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay. Habakkuk 2-3. And in this appointed time, every delay has been burned away, every preparation completed. All that remains is for you to rise and walk into what has been waiting for you since before time began. Chosen ones. If you have recognized yourself in these 7 terrifying signs, know this: you are not here by accident. Heaven has been speaking to you, marking you, preparing you. The acceleration you feel, the peace you cannot explain, the urgency that will not leave you, they are not random. They are confirmation that your time is not only precious, it is sacred. You are standing at the edge of a threshold where the old cannot follow, and the new has been waiting since before you took your first breath. The road ahead will not be without resistance. The enemy will do everything possible to distract you, to shake you, to pull you back into shadows you've already escaped. But you have been trained for this hour. Every tear, every battle, every moment of solitude was heaven's investment in you. Remember, he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Philippians 1-6. The clock is ticking, but it is not a countdown to loss, it is a summons to destiny. So, walk forward, with your head lifted and your heart anchored in truth. Do not delay. Do not look back. Stand in the authority you've been given and move into the fullness of the call on your life. Your time may be almost over in the old season, but the new one, the one you were made for, is about to break open before you. If this message has spoken to your spirit, I invite you to be part of this journey. Like, share, and comment your thoughts so we can stand together in faith. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss what heaven is revealing next. To every one of you, whether you've supported through super thanks or simply by your presence here, thank you. Your faithfulness means more than you know. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you, and may his peace guard your heart until the day you step into the promise that has been written over your life since the beginning of time. Amen. What if the date that changes everything doesn't look like a miracle at first glance? What if the most divine surprises are disguised as ordinary Thursdays until heaven breathes on them? Chosen one. This is not a message for the crowd. It's for the remnant, the rare ones, the 1%. You've been surviving in silence, walking through battles no one saw, carrying a knowing you couldn't explain. They thought it was wishful thinking. You thought it was desperation. That number isn't random, it's a divine signal. A code from your soul to the heavens. I'm aligned. I'm awake. I'm ready. And if you've supported this sacred message through a super thanks, please know this: your kindness is sowing into a harvest you cannot even imagine yet. Thank you for being a vessel of light. Now, here's the question that will shake everything. Why would God hide such a massive shift inside a date that most people will scroll past? Keep reading, because what's coming next is not just information, it's confirmation. God's chosen ones, the 7th of August, 2025, your new surprise. Only 1%. You've walked through fire not because God forgot you, but because he was forging your internal architecture in metallurgy. Extreme heat doesn't destroy, it strengthens. The molecules rearrange, the weak bonds break, and a new alignment emerges. That's what's been happening inside you. You wandered through valleys with no names, not because you were lost, but because you were concealed for consecration. Remember when David was anointed king, but sent back to tend sheep? Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16-7. He wasn't ignored. He was being hidden. So were you. You felt passed over, like heaven was silent and earth forgot your name. But you weren't disqualified. You were in incubation. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Habakkuk 2-3. Delay is not denial. Your silence has been sacred. There's a man named Elijah, a prophet who once stood alone against 450 false voices. After fire fell from heaven, he still ran in fear and hid in a cave. Yet in that cave, God whispered. And after the fire came a gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:12. And in that whisper, a new assignment was released. You've had fire. Now comes the whisper. Have you noticed that in quantum physics, particles behave differently when they're being observed? You've been under divine observation, not to be judged, but to be unveiled. The shift has already begun. The sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Romans 8:18. Nature tells this story too. There's a rare tree in Madagascar, the baobab, which stores water in times of drought. Expanding from the inside. Unseen, it looks dormant to outsiders. But it's preparing. So were you. While others measured success by speed, heaven was measuring you by depth. Cynthia, a trauma therapist and survivor of childhood abuse, spent 17 years helping others before ever telling her own story. One day, during a silent retreat, she heard a sentence rise inside her. You were not broken. You were entrusted. That sentence became the title of her best-selling memoir. Her decades in the dark were not lost. They were proof. And yet not everyone chooses to carry their pain toward purpose. Marcus, a respected bishop in the early 2000s, secretly exploited vulnerable women under the guise of spiritual mentorship. When exposed, his empire crumbled overnight. His downfall wasn't punishment, it was exposure, for he traded revelation for manipulation. And the anointing lifted. The 7th of August was not just another page on your calendar, it was the closing of your spiritual ice age. Be strong and do not give up, for your work will be rewarded. 2 Chronicles 15-7. The prayers you buried in the ground with tears have taken root. The shift isn't coming anymore. It has already begun. It's no longer a prophecy waiting for timing. The clock has struck. The seal is broken. What's been circling your spirit, hovering around your name, has just received clearance. And this message, this is your confirmation. Everything. Why have your victories felt more like survival than triumph? Why does every moment of peace feel borrowed, as if it could vanish any second? Why are you exhausted in a way no amount of rest can restore? And why does the loneliness feel sharper right after you've poured yourself out for everyone else? You, chosen one. You know the kind of battle that can't be seen on MRI scans or posted about in social media updates. This isn't physical warfare, this is spiritual attrition. A warfare of frequency and friction. Your soul has been bruised in places no one can diagnose. The spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity, but a wounded spirit who can bear? Proverbs 18:14. And yet you've kept going. Not because it was easy, but because something deep in your DNA refuses to surrender. You've walked through invisible trenches, smiled with cracked strength, and prayed prayers that were more groans than words. Like Elijah, collapsing under a broom tree, you whispered, I've had enough. Lord, Achat Kings Tesha Esra, Erba. Yet God did not rebuke him. He sent an angel with bread. Get up and eat, for the journey is too much for you. Ahat Kings Tisha Isra Shiva. You weren't weak, you were running on the remnants of a miracle, and yet you're still here. In architecture, the most critical beams are hidden behind walls. What supports the structure is not what's visible, but what's embedded. That's been your life. While others celebrated surface-level wins, you've been reinforced, underground. The tension you felt wasn't failure. It was structural, load-bearing, a sign that something weighty is coming. You've said goodbye to people who once promised they'd stay forever. You've buried hopes with your own hands. You've stood at the edge of purpose, only to watch it evaporate like mist. And lately, even your prayers feel like they're bouncing off ceilings. You're not faithless. You're fatigued, and in the silence, that terrifying whisper surfaces. Is this it? Is this all my life will amount to? Did I miss my divine appointment? What if every delay was not a punishment, but an atmospheric recalibration? What if the silence wasn't abandonment, but divine acoustics, heaven dampening external noise so you could hear the faint frequency of your next instruction? He who has ears, let him hear what the Spirit says. Revelation 3:22. The enemy has studied your life like a blueprint. He's thrown distractions, distortions, and discouragement at you because he fears the day you'll realize who you really are. He has whispered carefully crafted lies that you've begun to internalize. You're too late, too damaged, too forgotten. But he is a liar. You've been told miracles are for others, that God has favorites and you're not on the list, that your prime passed while you were grieving, that your chance dissolved in the fog of your pain. But if that were true, how do you explain the fact that you're still here, still breathing, still sensitive to spirit? The righteous falls 7 times and rises again. Proverbs 24:16. That's not chance. That's divine preservation. When David fled into the caves, hunted by Saul, his anointing didn't disappear. It was simply in hibernation. In Psalm 13 he cried out, "How long, Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me?" Psalm 13:1. Yet it was in that place of hiding that his kingship was sharpened, much like the axolotl, a creature capable of regenerating its own limbs. Your capacity to heal is unnatural. You don't just recover, you return different, transformed. The wilderness has not broken you. It has recalibrated your internal compass toward the promise. Let me tell you about Lena, a widowed nurse in Bosnia who prayed for years in secret. She cared for patients who never knew her name. But when war broke out, her home became a covert medical sanctuary. Her quiet obedience became a salvation point for dozens. No news story ever covered it, but heaven recorded every act. Her years in the background were preparing her to carry a nation's pain without crumbling. Contrast that with Alaric, a once beloved televangelist whose empire was built on charisma, not character. When his hidden scandals surfaced, the public watched in shock as everything he touched collapsed. He had power but lacked presence. The anointing had long departed before the cameras stopped rolling. But what happens when someone builds a stage larger than their soul can support? How long can borrowed light sustain a man before the shadows reclaim him? What you've survived wasn't random. While you fought depression, heaven fought off spiritual vultures. While you wrestled with doubt, angels fought over your timeline. While you buried your desires under discipline, your crown was being engraved. The 7th of August was not just the end of a month. It was the sealing of a spiritual threshold. And everything you couldn't see going right is now gaining momentum. The unseen battle has tilted. What was against you has grown weary, and what's for you has received orders to rise. This isn't the end. This is the overture. Why does it feel like the entire atmosphere shifts when you wake up? Why does your soul feel stretched, as if something invisible is pulling at the edges of your being? Why has your rest turned into restlessness, and your peace into pressure? Could it be that something heaven-birthed is now ready to crown in your life? You've been fighting more than circumstances. Ephesians 6:12 doesn't leave room for interpretation. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. This isn't religious poetry, it's spiritual physics. And that's why gravity feels heavier on some days. That's why the weight in your chest doesn't match what's happening around you. You're not just enduring life. You're resisting powers. You've been pushing upstream in a culture that rewards drifting, while others float in conformity. Your spirit keeps breaking through invisible resistance fields in aerodynamics. This is called terminal drag, the moment right before breakthrough. It's the pressure that tells you you're almost there. And here's the sacred shift. The same invisible realm that opposed you is now realigning. The gears are reversing. The angels assigned to observe are being authorized to intervene. The delay you've called disappointment is turning into deployment. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus pais presece, pais presece. You weren't stuck. You were being staged. You've been feeling it, haven't you? That sacred unease, that holy discomfort that no vacation can cure, that subtle frequency humming in your bones. That's not anxiety. That's prophetic sensitivity. Your spirit has detected what your mind can't yet define. Deep calls unto deep. Psalm 42:7. The war is almost over, not because the enemy gave up, but because reinforcements are flooding the field. Not because you've stopped fighting, but because your weapons are being upgraded. You're about to stop fighting for victory and start fighting from it. There's a difference, and that shift changes everything. If you've ever whispered in the dark, "God, do you still see me?" Don't let that question fade. Type it in the comments. Not for algorithmic attention, but as a signal to heaven and hell alike. I'm still here. I'm still holding on. I'm still waiting for the turning of the tide. You weren't being broken, you were being built. The enemy thought he was draining your life, but God was deepening your roots. Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord. He will be like a tree planted by the water. Jeremiah 17:7. While you saw withering, heaven saw root expansion. Think about the bristlecone pine, the oldest tree species on earth, found in harsh, dry altitudes. It survives not because it avoids hardship, but because it adapts its growth to scarcity. So, have you? You've learned how to grow in silence, how to hold on in stillness, how to believe in drought. Meet Florencia, a midwife from rural Chile. She delivered over 900 babies in her lifetime, but had none of her own. For years she wondered if God had skipped her name, but when she turned 81, a teenage mother in crisis came to her doorstep and never left. That child grew up calling her Mama. That girl later became a senator and wrote her laws in honor of the woman who had no legacy until God wrote one for her. And then there's Derek, a celebrated CEO in his 42nd, known for ruthless business tactics. While his empire grew, so did his spiritual emptiness. He manipulated contracts, crushed competitors, and mocked those who spoke of purpose. When his firm was exposed in an international fraud scheme, his fortune vanished overnight. His brilliance wasn't his undoing. His blindness to consequence was, but you, chosen one, are not like him. You've been set apart. The date, the 7th of August, 2025 is not a coincidence, but a chronological alignment in the heavenlies. Not a day on your calendar, but a fulfillment in your timeline. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. Something has matured beyond visibility. Something that bears your name. You've been told you're too old, that your time has passed, that it should have happened by now. But what if now is on heaven's time zone, not man's? Even to your old age and grey hairs, I am He. I am He who will sustain you. Isaiah 46:4. Abraham was 75 when the call came. At 100, the womb of Sarah, counted as biologically obsolete, carried a nation's promise against all hope. Abraham in hope believed, Romans 4:18. Moses was 80 when God called from the bush, not to rest, but to rise. And Anna, the prophetess, elderly and ignored, became the one who recognized the Messiah while priests walked by, unaware. You haven't missed your moment. You are the moment. The 7th of August is not your ending, it's your activation. What felt like retirement from the world was actually your recruitment by heaven. Chapter 13 is where the oil flows. Chapter 13 is where dry bones breathe. Chapter 13 is where the invisible becomes incarnate. So, why has your sleep been interrupted? Why is peace no longer passive, but something you're contending for? Why do you wake up with words in your spirit before you open your eyes? Because you've been awakened, and the realm that once resisted you is now making room for you. Why have you been waking up with that quiet sense of urgency in your chest, like something ancient is about to unfold? Why does your spirit feel like it's leaning towards something unseen? Like a door is creaking open in another realm, and you're the only one who can hear it. Why do you catch yourself holding your breath, as if waiting for a divine announcement? It's because your internal clock is syncing, not with earthly deadlines, but with heaven's prophetic calendar. Your soul is responding to a frequency your intellect hasn't decoded yet. You've been feeling this surge, this invisible alignment, because everything, every loss, every delay, every heartbreak, every moment you wanted to quit but didn't, has been building toward a singular point of divine convergence. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Ecclesiastes 3:11. And beloved, your time is not behind you. It is barreling toward you. The enemy has tried to rewrite your narrative with lies. You're too old. You missed your chance. You were useful once, but now you're in the background. He's used the success of your children as a mirror to make you question your reflection. He's used society's obsession with beauty and youth to convince you that wisdom is obsolete. But what Satan still cannot comprehend is that God doesn't anoint for appearance, He anoints for assignment. You've endured the kind of refining that only those called to carry legacy must walk through. You've held funerals for dreams. You've attended memorials for versions of yourself you had to bury. And yet, you praised. You worshipped with an empty cup, believing God could still fill it. That kind of worship is not shallow. That's foundational authority. In metallurgy, the longer the material remains in the furnace, the stronger its crystalline structure becomes. What you thought was punishment was molecular preparation. You are not brittle, you're battle-forged. And now, heaven is moving. A transfer is taking place, not symbolic, but tangible. The glory of this latter house shall be greater than of the former. Haggai 2:9. The torch of intercession. the mantle of prophetic clarity, the anointing of generational deliverance. They are being passed, and the hands receiving them, yours. You, the one they dismissed. You, the one they left off the program. You, the one who poured oil on others and got none for yourself until now. The 7th of August is not just a date. It is the initiation of divine reaping. You've sown in tears, watered in silence, labored without applause, and now the fields are humming. Those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy. Psalm 125. But this is no ordinary harvest. This isn't for Instagram or applause. This is multi-generational release. Your grandchildren will watch miracles that textbooks can't explain. Your grown children, the ones who thought you needed their help, will realize you've been carrying their spiritual breakthrough all along. Your community will begin to trace the fingerprints of God, not on stages, but on your life. Meet Mamia Till Mobley, the mother of Emmett Till. She turned her unspeakable grief into a national awakening by insisting the world see what racism did to her son. She was ignored for decades, but her persistence shaped American consciousness. She didn't shout. She stood, and heaven roared behind her. And then there's Kellen, a former celebrity life coach who preyed on people's insecurities while selling self-mastery. Behind the scenes, he mocked faith, manufactured testimonials, and sabotaged clients who outgrew him. Eventually, one whistleblower triggered an avalanche of lawsuits. His platform collapsed, not because of enemies, but because truth cannot be buried forever. What makes you dangerous now is that you no longer care about optics. You're not here for popularity. You're here for purpose. You're not chasing wealth. You're releasing wisdom capital, the kind that multiplies across generations. Even to your old age and gray hairs, I am He. I am He who will sustain you. Isaiah 46:4. God hasn't shelved you. He's shielded you for the shift. And nature agrees. The agave americana, often called the century plant, grows slowly for decades before exploding in one final, spectacular bloom. That bloom lasts only a short time, but it marks the release of all its stored energy. You are blooming late, not because you were behind, but because your assignment required more preparation than most. You weren't benched, you were preserved. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. The world says you're past your prime. God says you've been primed for this moment. Me ask you something deeper than, are you ready? Let me ask you, do you recognize that everything you've been through was training for your transfer? Because the 7th of August is not just the day your surprise arrives. It's the day your assignment unlocks. Let me tell you who you really are. Chosen one. And I mean really, tell you not the diluted version the world gave you. Not the broken identity trauma handed you, but the divine truth that's been buried beneath decades of warfare, delay, and contradiction. You are part of the 1%. And no, this has nothing to do with earthly wealth, fame, or statistics. This is about something rarer, something more dangerous, something eternal. The 1% are those who didn't quit when quitting made perfect sense. The ones who still pray for healing after standing at gravesides. The ones who sing in empty rooms, who prophesy over dry bones, who hold space for miracles even when nothing around them supports their faith. That's you. That's why you're here. This isn't curiosity, it's divine appointment. Your life is marked. Your spirit carries a frequency that threatens the gates of hell, and you know it. You've sensed things long before they happened, not vague feelings, but precision insight. You've entered rooms and felt tension that no one else noticed. You've looked at strangers and read their sorrow like a page. This is not coincidence. This is spiritual intelligence. The person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God. But you, 1 Corinthians 2:14, you've been discerning in secret since childhood, operating in realms you didn't even have language for. You've interceded in the night for people who never knew your name. You've felt spiritual pressure from battles you didn't start, because you were the one called to finish them. Why has your life been so intense? Why does rejection follow you like a shadow? Because hell recognized your potential before you did. The enemy has tried to take you out, not because of who you are now, but because of who you're becoming and what's coming next. It's not a blessing for you. It's a breakthrough through you. God didn't bring you this far to leave you as a recipient. You're a delivery system. You're not here to accumulate glory. You're here to release it. You were not chosen just to receive grace. You were chosen to become it. That's why the fire has been hotter for you. That's why the test has lasted longer. God doesn't hand nuclear power to untested vessels. He doesn't assign spiritual authority to those who haven't been broken. You've been in the furnace not to burn, but to be tempered. Like a weapon forged in divine heat, Jesus said, "To whom much is given, much will be required." Luke 12:48. You've been given sight, others envy, discernment that confuses people, sensitivity to heaven's frequency that makes you feel out of place. And now comes the return on that spiritual investment. Are you ready for the weight of what's coming? Because the 7th of August isn't just bringing a blessing, it's bringing an assignment, a real one that demands everything you learned in your wilderness, one that requires the version of you that pain built, not the version popularity celebrates. You see, the 1% understand something the world will never grasp. Breakthrough is not about receiving, it's about becoming. It's about transformation so complete, so atomic, that when someone encounters you, they encounter God's presence in human skin without you ever saying a word. Your wilderness wasn't wasted. Your isolation wasn't abandonment. Your tears weren't weakness. They were preparation for a throne that doesn't need a stage. They were soaking the soil for a root system strong enough to carry nations. And here's what your spirit has been waiting to hear. The waiting is over. The delay is done. The 1% assignment you've been unknowingly training for your entire life, it's about to be activated. And when it does, you won't just shift rooms, you'll shift bloodlines. You'll see capacity explode, atmospheres break, generational bondage unravel simply because you walked in alignment. Chains fall, cycle break, hope returns, and the world won't be able to explain it because it was never about explanation, it was about divine demonstration. The question isn't, am I worthy? You were never called because you were worthy. You were called because you were willing, and the only thing standing between who you've been and who you're becoming is this question: will you step into the unrepeatable, undeniable, holy eruption God has prepared for you? Right now, yes. Right now, your name is being discussed in rooms you've never entered, in hospital corridors, board meetings, legal chambers, worship circles, and in divine council. Assignments are shifting, positions are being realigned, access is being prepared, and by the 7th of August, the invitation will arrive, not in trumpets or glitter. It won't be wrapped in applause. It'll come through an unexpected call, a quiet email, a shift in the wind, a sudden knowing. That's how heaven moves. Quiet but seismic. You've been asking, when? Lord, and heaven has whispered back every time, soon. But this time, soon has a name, the 7th of August. We've seen it in real life. 2. Pope John Paul II. Once a young Polish actor turned underground seminarian during Nazi occupation, later became a global voice for forgiveness, resistance to tyranny, and spiritual revival. He faced multiple assassination attempts, yet lived to impact generations with his unwavering courage. His body was frail, his voice sometimes trembled, but his authority, spiritual, not political, shook systems. He reminded the world that true anointing is not about image, it's about substance, forged in the secret furnace of obedience. But then, Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as the youngest self-made female billionaire, she captivated Silicon Valley with a dream of revolutionizing blood testing. But behind the image was fraud, deception, and manipulated science. When exposed, her empire crumbled, not because her vision was too big, but because her vessel lacked truth. She built a future on charisma without character, and it could not stand. What about you? Chosen one, can your integrity carry the weight of the oil God's about to pour? Have your trials purified you deep enough to hold what others would drop? For years, resources have been accumulating in accounts you've never seen, held in trust by a God who never forgets his promises. By the 7th of August, a door opens. Maybe it's a check that arrives unexpectedly. Maybe it's debt that disappears overnight. Maybe it's an opportunity that pays you for wisdom you thought nobody valued. It won't require your hustle. It will require your alignment. But here's the shocking truth most believers miss. God isn't just releasing money to you. He's positioning you to become a distributor of his abundance. You're not just receiving a blessing. You're becoming one. Phase 2. The divine reconnection. Someone is about to walk back into your life, or someone new is about to walk in for the first time. But this isn't random networking. This is holy orchestration. God has been preparing hearts in secret, aligning purposes across time zones, weaving destinies together in ways that will make you weep when you see the bigger picture. This connection carries keys. Keys to doors you didn't even know existed. Keys to healing you thought was impossible. Keys to dreams you buried under disappointment. When Jesus said in Matthew 18:19, "If two of you agree on earth about anything they ask, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven." He wasn't talking about casual acquaintances. He was talking about divine connections, soul-level partnerships, assignments disguised as relationships. And here's what will shock you. This person has been praying for someone exactly like you at the exact same time you've been praying for a breakthrough. Your paths have been calculated to intersect on God's timeline, not yours. Phase 3. The health restoration. For some of you, the August 7 marks the beginning of physical restoration that medical science will call spontaneous remission. Others will experience emotional healing that therapists will call remarkable progress, but you'll know the truth. You'll know that Isaiah 53:5 is still active. By his wounds, we are healed. What's been attacking your body has been fighting a losing battle. What's been assaulting your mind has been wearing against the wrong target. You belong to the King of Kings, and his property doesn't stay broken. The cells in your body are about to remember their original design. The chemicals in your brain are about to realign with divine frequency. But here's the part that will leave you speechless. Your healing isn't just about you. Someone is watching your recovery, studying your comeback, witnessing your resurrection. Your healing becomes their hope. Your restoration becomes their revival. Phase 4. The legacy impact. This is where your surprise transcends your lifetime and touches eternity. Your grandchildren, born and unborn, are about to inherit something that money can't buy. A spiritual inheritance, a generational shift, a family name that carries weight in heavenly places. You thought you were just surviving your circumstances, but God was using your circumstances to forge a legacy. Every prayer you prayed in the darkness, every tear you cried in secret, every time you chose faith over fear, it was all being recorded, deposited, accumulated. And now it's about to be released as a spiritual inheritance that will impact generations you'll never meet on earth. Deuteronomy 7-9 promises that God's covenant love extends to 1,000 generations of those who love Him and keep His commandments. Your breakthrough isn't just breaking chains off your life, it's breaking chains off your bloodline. But here's the question that should make your soul tremble. What if everything you've been through wasn't about you getting something, but about you becoming something? What if your pain was preparation for your platform? What if your test was training for your testimony? I need you to understand something that will change how you see the 7th of August. This surprise isn't arriving because you earned it. It's arriving because you endured it. You didn't quit when quitting made sense. You didn't walk away when walking away looked logical. You didn't give up when giving up felt like relief and heaven took notice. Right now, I want you to do something that might feel strange, but is absolutely necessary. I want you to write this down, not type it. Write it with your hand. The 7th of August. God, I receive. That's not just a note. That's a covenant agreement. That's your signature on a spiritual contract. That's your faith intersecting with His timing. Because here's what happens when the chosen ones align their expectation with God's intention. Miracles stop hiding and start manifesting. But I have to warn you about something that might happen as the 7th of August approaches. Chosen one. Let me ask you something that's going to shake you to your core. Have you noticed that just when you thought you were finally getting somewhere, everything seemed to fall apart? That, right when your prayers felt closest to being answered, hell itself seemed to break loose in your life? You're not losing your mind. You're not being punished. And you're definitely not forgotten. Right before a seed breaks through the soil, it faces its greatest pressure. The earth above it becomes heaviest. The darkness becomes thickest. The struggle becomes more intense. But that pressure isn't trying to kill the seed. That pressure is what forces the breakthrough. And right now, chosen one, you are that seed. The 7th of August is your breakthrough moment. But first, let's talk about why everything feels like it's crushing you. Look at your life these past few months. I bet people you trusted have turned cold. Family members who used to support you now question everything you do. Friends you thought would be there forever have mysteriously disappeared. Your own spouse might be looking at you like you're a stranger. Am I right? Here's what they don't tell you in Sunday school. The closer you get to your divine appointment, the more isolated you become. Not because God is abandoning you, but because He's separating you. Listen to what happened to Joseph. Genesis 37 tells us his own brothers, his blood, threw him in a pit and sold him into slavery. Why? Because they couldn't handle the favor in his life. They couldn't stand that God had chosen him for something they'd never touch. And the closer Joseph got to his destiny, the more his family turned against him. Sound familiar? Your isolation isn't rejection. It's selection. God is removing everyone who can't handle where you're going, because what's coming on the 7th of August is so powerful, so divine that only pure vessels can carry it. And sometimes getting pure means getting alone. But that's not all, is it? Your body is exhausted. You wake up tired. You go to bed tired. You feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and you can't figure out why. You've been to the doctors. The tests come back normal. But your spirit feels like it's been through a war. That's because it has. Ephesians 6:12 reminds us. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. You're not fighting a physical battle. You're fighting a spiritual one, and the enemy knows something you're just beginning to understand. Your breakthrough is so close. He can smell it. That's why he's throwing everything at you. That's why your finances are under attack. That's why your health feels shaky. That's why your family seems to be falling apart. The enemy attacks proximity. He hits hardest when you're closest to breakthrough. Think about it. Why would Satan waste his best ammunition on someone who wasn't a threat? Why would he send his strongest demons after someone who wasn't about to receive something powerful? You're not being attacked because you're weak. You're being attacked because you're dangerous. Need an example? Think about Tyler Perry. Before he became a media mogul, he was sleeping in his car, betrayed by friends, rejected by Hollywood executives. Everything in his life screamed failure, but God had hidden favor on him. And when the moment came, his breakthrough didn't just bless him, it created jobs, launched ministries, inspired millions. What if that's exactly what your suffering is building toward? And let's not forget the other side of the story. There will always be a Jezebel who tries to silence your voice, a manipulative spirit who senses your rising authority and does everything in their power to make you second-guess your calling. They use fear, flattery, shame. But Jezebel didn't win then, and she won't win now. She may mock the prophet, but she can't cancel the prophecy. And here's the part that's going to blow your mind. Those prayers you've been whispering through tears, thinking God isn't listening. He's not just listening, he's been using every single one to build the very miracle that's about to manifest. Remember Hannah in 1 Samuel? She prayed so intensely for a child that the priest thought she was drunk. Year after year, she cried out to God, while her rival mocked her barrenness. But God wasn't ignoring her prayers. He was using her desperation to prepare her for something bigger than just a baby. He was preparing her to birth Samuel, a prophet who would change the entire nation. Your prayers haven't been bouncing off the ceiling. They've been building something in the spiritual realm, something so massive that when it finally breaks through, it won't just change your life. It'll change your family line. It'll change your community. It'll change everyone who witnesses what God does through you. But right now, you're in the eye of the storm. Right now, everything feels chaotic. Your teenagers are acting out. Your marriage feels strained. Bills are piling up faster than you can pay them. And every time you try to pray, it feels like your words are hitting a brick wall. That's not spiritual defeat. That's spiritual labor pains. Think about a woman giving birth. Right before the baby comes, the contractions are the most intense. The pain is the most excruciating. She feels like she can't take another second. But that's not the baby dying. That's the baby coming. The pain isn't the end. The pain is the evidence that new life is about to emerge. What feels like warfare is actually labor pains. And just like a woman in labor, you can't stop the process now. You can't go back. You can't change your mind. This baby is coming, whether you feel ready or not. This breakthrough is manifesting whether you think you deserve it or not. This divine surprise is landing on the 7th of August. Whether your circumstances look like it or not, the pressure you're feeling isn't trying to destroy you. It's trying to deliver you. But here's what separates the 1% from everyone else. The 1% understand that the trial before the turn is not optional. David had to face Goliath before he could wear the crown. Moses had to wander in the wilderness before he could lead Israel out of Egypt. Jesus had to go through the cross before he could claim resurrection power. Your Goliath isn't your enemy. Your Goliath is your promotion exam. Are you going to let the pressure break you? Or are you going to let it break you through? Because everything that's falling apart in your life right now is making room for what's about to fall into place. But here's what happens in the silence. Every time you watched others succeed while your dreams seemed to crumble, what if none of that was wasted? What if every tear was collected in heaven's bowl? Every prayer was building spiritual credit. Every battle was strengthening muscles you didn't even know you had. The Apostle Paul understood this mystery when he wrote, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair." 2 Corinthians 4-8. Paul wasn't speaking about survival. He was speaking about preparation. The pressure wasn't meant to break you, dear one. It was meant to compress you into diamond. You see, most people think breakthrough comes from external circumstances changing, but you're about to discover something that will shake you to your core. The breakthrough isn't around you. It's within you, and it's been waiting for one thing: your agreement. For 70 years, maybe 80. You've been carrying the weight of everyone else's expectations. You've lived by their timelines, their definitions of success, their limited understanding of what God can do. But the August 7 marks the end of that slavery. The end of performing for applause that never satisfied your soul. Anyway, what if the breakthrough isn't around you, but within you? Waiting for your agreement? This is where most people stumble. They're looking for God to change their circumstances, when God is waiting for them to change their perspective. They're praying for doors to open, when God is asking, "Will you walk through the one I've already unlocked?" They're begging for signs when the biggest sign of all is the fire still burning in their spirit despite everything they've endured. Jeremiah 29:11 declares, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." But here's what the preacher didn't tell you in Sunday school. That promise was spoken to people in exile, people who had lost everything, people who thought God had forgotten them. Sound familiar? Your exile is ending. Chosen one. Not because your circumstances are perfect, but because your spirit is finally ready to receive what God prepared before you were born. The surprise arriving on the 7th of August isn't coming from outside your life. It's erupting from inside your soul, right now. As I speak these words, something is shifting in the spiritual realm. Can you feel it? That restlessness in your chest, that sudden awareness that time is moving differently. That's not anxiety. That's alignment. That's your spirit recognizing the sound of heaven's footsteps approaching. You've been asking God, "When will my season come?" But God has been asking you, "When will you step into the season I've already prepared?" The difference between those two questions is the difference between surviving and thriving, between existing and living, between hoping and having. Isaiah 60 commands, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Not will come, has come, present tense, active voice. Your light isn't traveling toward you, it's already here, waiting for you to stop hiding under the bushel of past disappointments. But here's the shocking truth that will either liberate you or terrify you. You don't get to stay neutral anymore. The 7th of August is a line in the sand. A divine deadline. A moment when heaven stops waiting and starts moving. You either align with what God is releasing, or you get left behind in the comfort of your familiar struggles. The enemy has been whispering lies in your ear for decades. You're too old. You're too broken. You missed your chance. God has moved on to someone younger, someone more qualified, someone who didn't make the mistakes you made. But every one of those whispers was designed to keep you from this moment, this awakening, this activation. Romans 8:28 promise. All things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. All things, not just the pretty things, not just the things that made sense, the betrayals that taught you discernment, the failures that humbled your pride, the loneliness that drove you deeper into God's presence. All of it was orchestrating this moment. Viola Davis, Oscar-winning actress, born into poverty. Silence. And hunger said, "You can only fight the way you practice." Her entire life, filled with rejection, was her divine training ground. What if your rejections have only been rehearsals for reigning? Herod, king of Judea, praised and powerful in the eyes of man, spent his last years paranoid, hollow, haunted by the fear of losing control. Why? Because when real destiny arrives, counterfeit power trembles. Herod killed babies to try to stop Jesus. What will your enemies attempt when they sense the birth of your breakthrough? This is not the time to shrink. This is the time to rise. This is not the season for playing small. This is the moment to reclaim every ounce of oil the enemy tried to spill from your lamp. You are not running out of time. Time is running out of excuses to delay your rising. The spirit of alignment is settling on this place right now. I can feel it moving through these words, reaching through your screen, touching the deepest parts of your soul. This isn't just inspiration. This is activation. This isn't just encouragement. This is empowerment. I declare over your life right now, clarity is coming. The confusion that has clouded your vision for years is lifting like morning fog. Strength is rising. The weakness that made you doubt your calling is being replaced by supernatural resilience. The 7th of August will not be missed. Your spirit is being programmed to recognize the moment when heaven moves, and when it does, you will be found not waiting, but ready. Have you ever wondered why the caterpillar must first liquefy before becoming a butterfly? Why the seed must split open underground before rising into sunlight? Why the diamond is hidden in darkness until the earth shakes just enough to push it into the hands of the one who knows its worth? What if your hiddenness wasn't a punishment but a prophecy in disguise? But here's what happens next. The enemy is about to fight harder in the next few days than he has in years. Why? Because he knows what you're about to step into. He's seen your womb glowing in the spirit. He's seen the oil being warmed in heaven. He knows the 7th of August is not just another date on the calendar. It's the day the covering lifts. So he sends distractions, delays, and doubts. But the real question is, are you finally ready to stop living like someone who's forgotten and start rising like someone who's been hidden for glory? You've said it to yourself, haven't you? God, why do I feel invisible? Why does everyone else get the breakthrough and I get the breakdown? Why am I the one everyone overlooks, even though I'm the one who prays the hardest? These aren't the cries of weakness. They're the groans of someone in labor. And beloved, what you call rejection, heaven calls redirection. What you call delay, God calls divine annulation. What you call being overlooked, the angels call preservation. Hannah, the mother of the prophet Samuel, was hidden in the temple for years. Her tears weren't wasted. They were a covenant. The Bible says in 1 Samuel 1:10-11 that she wept bitterly and prayed a vow, Lord Almighty, If you will only look on your servant's misery and remember me, I will give him to the Lord for all the days of his life." God heard, and Samuel, the one who anointed kings, was born from those hidden years of pain. You weren't waiting. You were watering something eternal. You thought that relationship ended because you weren't lovable enough. But what if God whispered to the other person's soul, "This one is not for your consumption, they are for my consecration"? You thought being passed over for that position meant you weren't gifted. But what if heaven knew that environment would crush your calling? Even Moses, hidden in a basket, floated above danger, while other Hebrew boys were being slaughtered. Could it be that the very places you've wept are the same places where God planted you in mystery for manifestation? Let's go deeper. While you were hidden, you were not idle. While you were concealed, you were not empty. You were gathering oil in silence, like the wise virgins in Matthew 25, while others danced with empty lamps. That spiritual oil, the lessons, the discernment, the scars, the sacred grief, you couldn't have acquired that on a stage. Only the shadows could produce that kind of radiance. And sometimes, the hidden ones are born from the most unlikely soil. Charlize Theron, now known for fierce beauty and award-winning roles, was once a rural South African girl watching her mother shoot her abusive father in self-defense. Years of trauma, silence, and therapy forged the kind of gravity no spotlight can manufacture. Her depth wasn't discovered, it was protected. Do you see yourself yet? But here's what terrifies the enemy. You've survived everything meant to kill you, and now you have nothing left to lose. That makes you dangerous in the spirit. You're not living for applause anymore. You're not chasing platforms. You're not desperate for validation. You want obedience. You want alignment. You want legacy. That makes you more powerful than 10 kings. Herod, the tyrant king, feared the birth of Jesus so deeply that he ordered the massacre of innocent children just to stop one promise. Why? Because he knew that hidden destinies eventually become public deliverance. The enemy always panics when heaven starts whispering your name through the atmosphere. But what if I told you there's someone like you in a small village in Ethiopia right now, a woman who's spent decades in silence, raising orphaned children, praying at midnight, loving her enemies, unnoticed by the world, but in heaven's scrolls, her name is written in gold ink? That woman is you, in a different skin. Same spirit, same fire, same crown waiting. You think it's too late, that you've missed your moment, but listen. Chosen one, Isaiah 49:2 says, "He made me into a polished arrow and concealed me in his quiver." You've been concealed, not because you were forgotten, but because God was waiting for the exact second to release you. And that second, that Kairos window, is the 7th of August. 2025. When Jesus emerged from the tomb, he didn't knock. He didn't explain. He walked through walls. That's what you're about to do. No more asking permission to be seen. No more shrinking to fit spaces that don't deserve your presence. No more apologizing for the oil on your life. The real question is not, will this season change, but will you change with it? Are you still going to live by the narrative of trauma? Or will you rise with the voice of the redeemed? Are you still going to seek signs? Or will you trust the fire still burning in your belly? 2 Corinthians 4-8 reminds us, we are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair. Pressure did not destroy you, it prepared you. So now, here it comes. The veil is lifting, the silence is ending, the hiding is over, the glory is about to speak. But the most urgent question heaven is asking is this: are you in agreement with what God already said about you before you were born? This is no longer about waiting. This is about stepping. This is no longer about surviving. This is about declaring. The ones who tried to bury you are about to witness your blooming. The ones who dismissed you are about to realize they overlooked heaven's most guarded treasure. You, beloved, are not invisible. You were sacredly hidden, and now heaven is lifting the veil. You see, there's a spiritual law that most believers never uncover until they've bled for it. Every promise from God comes through a womb, and every womb feels like a grave before it becomes a gateway. Before resurrection, there's burial. Before birthing, there's breaking. Before light, there's labor. And if your spirit has been trembling under pressure lately, it's not because you're cursed, it's because you're crowning. The Bible says in John 16:21, "A woman giving birth to a child has pain because her time has come. But when her baby is born, she forgets the anguish because of her joy." But what if your labor pains haven't been physical? What if they've been emotional, relational, financial, mental? What if the betrayal you endured wasn't punishment but contraction? What if the closed doors weren't rejection but your spiritual cervix dilating? What if the people who ghosted you weren't abandoning you but making space for what God is about to push through you? Do you remember Sarah? The one they mocked because her womb stayed silent for decades. She was 90 years old when Isaac was born. Imagine the labor pains of a 90-year-old woman birthing the promise of nations. And yet, Genesis 21:2 says, Sarah conceived and bore a son at the very time God had promised. Not early, not late, the very time. Is it possible that your pain is not random but perfectly timed, that your tears are watering something sacred, that your heartbreak is the stretch mark of legacy? What if the breakdown you had last December wasn't weakness but a breaking open? What if that one night in the hospital where you whispered, "God, are you even real?" was the moment heaven marked your miracle as ready for release? What if that friend who betrayed you last Easter was actually heaven's hand midwifing your push? Why do you think you've survived what others didn't? Why have your losses only deepened your longing for purpose? Why did you wake up this morning with tears in your eyes but fire in your bones? Why are you still here after hell gave you every reason to quit? Because, chosen one, you're not breaking down, you're breaking forth. Think of a volcano right before eruption. Still, silent, smoking. The world thinks it's dormant. But deep inside, pressure has been building for years. Lava has been carving secret tunnels. And then, one morning it erupts. Not to destroy, but to reshape the landscape forever. That's you. The pressure has been building. The heat has been unbearable, but the eruption is divine. It's not rage, it's release. It's not chaos, it's calling. Do you remember Joseph in Genesis? Thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, forgotten in prison. 13 years between his dream and the throne. But Genesis 41:46 says, Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh. 30, the age of fulfillment, the age of kingdom impact. Why? Because his pain had ripened into purpose. His dungeon had become the womb of a deliverer. You think your suffering is wasted. God thinks it's strategy. And just like Moses, who spent 40 years in the wilderness despised, delayed, disqualified until one burning bush changed everything. You've been in your own wilderness, but wilderness doesn't mean wandering. It means weaponizing. God's been building your discernment, sharpening your ear, deepening your authority, not for performance, but for power. And maybe, just maybe, you're like Deborah, an elderly refugee in a war-torn land. For 40 years, she fed orphans in a hidden tent. Nobody saw her, nobody praised her, until one day she laid hands on a wounded child, and the child rose up, healed. The tent became a tabernacle. Here, Hildenis Birtel history. You think your decades in the shadows have disqualified you. They've actually qualified you for the impossible. You know who else carried pain in public? Serena Williams. Champion, mother, warrior. They mocked her body, doubted her comeback, said she was too old, too tired, too done. But she returned, scarred, weeping, resilient. And though the trophies matter, it's the testimony that speaks louder. You're not after medals anymore. You're after meaning. And maybe, just maybe, the very reason your labor's been so violent is because what you're birthing isn't just a blessing, it's a blueprint for generations. Your spiritual baby isn't a moment, it's a movement. That's why hell fought you in the womb. That's why darkness whispered, "Give up," during your weakest nights. But beloved, the enemy is too late. You're already crowning, and as you push, heaven pushes with you. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you." That means God timed your contractions. He measured your dilation. He whispered, "Push, child, push. I see the head." What if the silence you felt from God isn't rejection, but intense focus in a delivery room? When the crown appears, everything goes quiet. The nurses stop talking. The room shifts. All eyes on the birth. Heaven has been silent because heaven has been focused. And now, the moment is upon you. Not June, Trent, but the 7th of August. That's not just a date. It's a destiny trigger. It's when the veil lifts, the curtain parts, the spiritual camouflage peels away. The same divine hand that tore the temple veil when Jesus died is reaching now for yours. Hidden, but holy. Hidden, but healing. Hidden, but held. And now, about to be highlighted. Me ask you one final question. It's not, will you survive this? You already did. It's not, will the baby come? It's already crowned. The real question is, are you ready to hold what you've been carrying all this time? Because what's coming isn't just your breakthrough. It's your becoming. Have you noticed it lately, how your name keeps coming up in rooms you're not even in? How you feel, eyes on you, but no one speaking? Why do strangers feel compelled to confess their wounds to you in checkout lines, hospital lobbies, and street corners? Why is your heart suddenly bracing for something it can't name? These aren't coincidences. These are contractions. And the 7th of August is your crowning. God has been hiding you for years, not as punishment, but as preparation. Like Esther, raised in obscurity and silence until the kingdom required her voice. And who knows, Mordecai said, but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. You weren't overlooked. You were preserved. You weren't late. You were timed. You weren't irrelevant. You were undercover. Because when God reveals a chosen one, it's never subtle. It's strategic. That's why you've been feeling unusual stirrings in your spirit, waking visions, divine disruptions, sentences whispered from heaven in the middle of mundane moments. That's why scriptures have been dropping into your mind at perfect intervals, like keys unlocking rooms inside your soul. My sheep hear my voice, Jesus said in John 10:27. And lately, that voice has been louder than the world. Why? because you're not just walking toward purpose, you're carrying it. Something in the spirit realm shifted, and you're not imagining the reactions around you. Some smile without reason, others withdraw without warning. You're wondering, what did I do? But the truth is, your light has grown too radiant to remain unrecognized. When Moses came down from the mountain, his face shone with such glory that the Israelites couldn't bear to look directly at him. Exodus 34-30. He didn't announce it, they felt it. You've entered that phase. You're disrupting atmospheres just by showing up. But here's the danger: Herod always rises when Jesus is revealed. Darkness doesn't fight you when you're hiding. It waits until your star appears. Herod, threatened by a child he'd never met, ordered the slaughter of innocents because he feared what glory in its infancy could become in maturity. So ask yourself, are you ready to be targeted, not for what you've done, but for what you carry? This is why certain people you loved started turning cold without explanation. Why environments that once welcomed you now feel heavy. The warfare wasn't random, it was predictive. The enemy saw your emergence before you did and launched a preemptive strike. But what he didn't account for was your endurance. You've survived what should have killed your hope. You've praised while bleeding. You've stayed when others ran. You've been faithful in silence. That's what makes you dangerous. Angela Bassett, decades of brilliance with no validation. Hollywood passed her over, while her gift sharpened in the shadows. But when the world finally caught up to what God had been cultivating, she didn't just arrive, she redefined the standard. You, too, are about to redefine everything around you. Your age, your history, your delays, they're not disqualifications, they're qualifications. I once knew a woman in Philadelphia who spent 30 years cleaning houses, never spoke up, never asked for anything, but every person she worked for ended up getting saved. She didn't preach, she glowed. One day, a CEO she worked for told her, "I don't know what you carry, but I feel peace when you're around." Turns out, that man was suicidal until her presence shifted his atmosphere, and she never even knew. What if that's you? And nature knows this too, just like how the sun doesn't announce itself before rising, it simply breaks through the fog. That's what you're doing, breaking through atmospheres that once contained you. The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. Proverbs 4:18. You are that sunrise, not because you pushed yourself forward, but because the time appointed by heaven finally arrived. And when you rise, don't apologize, don't shrink, don't edit your voice to fit old versions of yourself. The question is no longer, will they embrace you? The question is, will you embrace who you've become? So when the 7th of August arrives and the divine cloak is lifted, remember this: you're not stepping into something new. You're stepping into what's always been yours. Glory isn't a reward. It's a responsibility. Can you carry it without letting it corrupt you? Can you rise without seeking revenge? Can you lead without needing applause? That's the final test. Because this is not just your moment. This is your becoming. This is the internal war that separates the 1% from everybody else. Because glory isn't just about what you receive. It's about who you become while you're receiving it. Look at Joseph in Genesis. Sold into slavery by his own brothers. Falsely accused by Potiphar's wife. Forgotten in prison for years. But when Pharaoh finally called him up to interpret those dreams, Joseph didn't walk into that palace with an attitude. He walked in with anointing. And when his brothers stood before him, desperate and trembling, he said something that still echoes through eternity. You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good. Genesis 50-20. That's 1% thinking right there. That's glory with clean hands. Because here's the warning that must be heard before the 7th of August. The glory will come. The unveiling is real. The elevation is ordained. But if you touch it with contaminated motives, it will crush you. Saul was anointed king, but he couldn't handle the weight. He got jealous of David's victories. He feared losing control, and the same oil that elevated him ended up exposing his cracks. He became a cautionary tale, proof that anointing without character is dangerous. Are you strong enough to carry what you've been praying for? Can you hold favor without losing yourself? Can you walk in light without casting shadows on others? Solomon, once the wisest man alive, began humbly. He prayed for wisdom, and heaven responded. But over time, he exchanged reverence for indulgence, built altars for foreign gods, and forgot the very truth he once declared: the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Proverbs 9:10. Blessing without alignment became his undoing. This is why you've been tested in the fire. This is why fake friends disappeared. Why toxic environments were shaken up. Why silence wrapped itself around your prayers for years. You weren't being punished. You were being preserved. Can you feel it? That sound, the ancient cloth being pulled back from something precious. That sound is heaven whispering, enough hiding. It's time. You've been veiled, not because you were unworthy, but because you were too holy to be revealed before the appointed moment. That moment is the 7th of August. Look at your life. Look at what you've survived. Betrayal that tried to turn your heart to stone. Financial droughts that left your cupboards empty, but your faith full. Diagnoses that carried death. Yet, here you stand. And not just standing, you're still believing, still loving, still showing up. Do you know what that makes you? Indestructible. Not because of luck, but because of heaven's design. The enemy knew this day was coming. He saw it written in the unseen. The 7th of August was circled in the courts of heaven. That's why the warfare was relentless. That's why your name was targeted. Because your emergence breaks generational patterns, heals timelines, and activates destiny. You weren't just being hidden, you were aging like prophecy in a wine cellar. The longer the silence, the more potent the impact. Think about Moses. Hidden in Midian for 40 years. Was God late? No. He was forming a voice that could say, "Let my people go," with thunder. Think about David, running for his life in caves long after being anointed. Was God punishing him? No. He was shaping a psalmist king who could worship in darkness and rule in daylight. And what about Jesus? 30 years in Nazareth, working in obscurity. The Son of God, yet unannounced. Why? Because the weight of glory requires exact timing. And when the Father said, "Now," the heavens split and everything shifted. You've been asking, "God, when?" He's been answering, "When you're ready not to abuse what I give you." And guess what? You passed. The test of scarcity, the test of silence, the test of surrender. You passed everyone. You gave when you had nothing. You forgave when they never apologized. You worshipped when no miracle came. Now the earth is catching up to what heaven already decided. The 7th of August isn't just another day. It's the day the veil gets ripped. It's the day your private victories become public revelations. It's the day the light inside you refuses to be hidden. Let me show you what this unveiling feels like. Picture the sun every morning. It rises not with noise, but with inevitable glory. It never asks for permission. It doesn't apologize for shining. And no matter how long the night, it always returns. That's you. Psalm 19:4-6 says, In the heavens he has pitched a tent for the sun. It rises at one end of the heavens and makes its circuit to the other. Nothing is deprived of its warmth. That's the divine metaphor for your life. Your rising is non-negotiable. Still unsure if you're the one? Think about Oprah Winfrey, abused, rejected, dismissed, but preserved, prepared, positioned. When her moment came, she didn't just receive glory, she redistributed it. She built platforms, opened schools, funded futures. That's what glory looks like in human skin. Now contrast that with Saul, the man who couldn't let go of control. He died by his own sword, tormented, alone. What's the difference between them? Not talent, not opportunity, but alignment. So I ask you one last time, when your light comes on the 7th of August, will it reveal humility or hidden pride? Will it expose integrity or ego? Because glory doesn't just crown, it confronts. You're not stepping into success. You're stepping into responsibility, into legacy, into prophecy fulfilled. This is not a season to perform. It's a season to carry, and what you carry, chosen one, is heavy. But you've been made strong enough to hold it. You're about to walk into rooms no resume could have opened. Become the answer to prayers you never heard. Ignite awakenings in places your feet have yet to touch. This is it. No more hiding. No more shrinking. No more asking for permission. The covering has been removed. The veil has lifted. The mantle has dropped. It's your time. The 7th of August is not the beginning. It's the revealing, and the world has never been more in need of what you've become. Let me ask you something. Chosen one, what if the moment you've been waiting for isn't ahead of you but inside of you? And what if every delay was not punishment, but precision? Something deeper has already begun. That's why your spirit is stirring. That's why the atmosphere shifts when you enter a room. Not because you're trying, but because heaven has already announced your arrival. On the 7th of August, 2025, a door is opening that no man can shut. But here's the twist. You're not just walking through that door. You are the door. Listen to me. What began in the womb of your mother's whispered prayers is now emerging in the undeniable weight of your presence. You thought you were waiting for a sign. But the most disruptive truth is this. You are the sign. For decades 70, Bashe. Even 90 years, many of you have walked this earth, believing your best days were behind you. It was God's certification. Abraham was 99 when he received the promise of a son. Anna, the prophetess, was 84 when she became the first to declare Jesus as Messiah to all of Jerusalem. Do you think God preserves people for no reason? Or could it be that the wrinkles on your face are not signs of decay but marks of divine strategy? The sun doesn't apologize for rising again each day, even though it has done so since creation. Its light isn't dimmer just because it's older. From the rising of the sun to the place where it sets, the name of the Lord is to be praised. Psalm 113:3. If God still uses the sun every morning to remind the world of his faithfulness, what makes you think he's done using you? A man once sat on a park bench every morning at 6 a.m. He had no title, no wealth, no pulpit, just a quiet spirit and an open heart. People began sitting next to him, strangers, weeping silently, confessing fears, asking questions they hadn't voiced in decades, not because he preached, but because he carried presence. What if your life is like that bench? What if you've been placed at the intersection of someone else's miracle? Morgan Freeman, whose voice has carried wisdom in films and documentaries for generations, didn't find global recognition until his 50s. But he became a voice the world recognizes, not because of youth, but because of resonance. Likewise, your life carry resonance, not volume, not noise, but soul-deep clarity that can't be replicated. And yes, there have been Herods too, those who tried to kill what was being born in you before it could fully emerge. People who envied your light and plotted in whispers. Systems that called you unqualified. But they forgot something essential, what heaven protects. No earthly force can destroy. Could your survival actually be your anointing? Could your scars be scrolls that angels read when heaven calls your name? Could your hidden years be the training ground for an open commission? You say, but I'm just ordinary. I take medications. I live in a small apartment. Yet Paul wrote, God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, the weak to shame the strong. 1 Corinthians 1:27. Heaven delights in contradictions. Your ordinariness is heaven's camouflage for something extraordinary. Even now, someone is drawing life from your endurance. That single mother on the edge of hope is nourished by the joy that radiates from your presence. That teenager struggling in secret is revived by the silent authority of your prayers. That man who lost his faith years ago is reconsidering everything because of one conversation with you. You're not waiting for revival. You are the revival. You've survived wars, recessions, heartbreaks, pandemics, betrayals, and you're still here, still standing, still believing. Why? Because your voice is still needed in this hour. Your hands still hold the oil of generations. Your soul still carries songs that haven't yet been sung. The 7th of August isn't just a date. It's a divine appointment, a threshold where what's been dormant begins to roar. You are not waiting to be used. You are being unveiled. You are not just being blessed. You are being positioned to bless others. You are not too late. You're perfectly timed. So rise up, chosen one. Rise up with the wisdom of your wilderness. Rise up with the weight of your testimony. Rise up with the knowing that you are not who the world tried to define. You are who God designed before time began. You are not the echo. You are the voice. You are not forgotten. You are foretold. You are not expired. You are anointed. Let the heavens hear you. Let the earth respond. Because on the 7th of August, you don't step into your destiny. You release it. What if the timing that felt random was actually sacred? What if the reason you couldn't move forward wasn't because you were forgotten, but because heaven was holding you back for something holy? And now, the veil lifts. The silence breaks. The oil that has been aging in darkness is being poured. You are not late. You are not lost. You are right on time for something heaven has ordained. You've walked through invisible fires. You've carried betrayals in your bones. You've smiled with shattered hope. And yet, somehow, you're still standing, or at least breathing. That's not a weakness. That's prophetic proof that God has preserved you for a specific unveiling. The 7th of August is not just another sunrise. It is a spiritual unlocking. When Joseph was thrown into the pit, it looked like the end, but it was the setup for the palace. Genesis 50-20. When Hannah wept in the temple, barren and misunderstood, her womb was being positioned to carry a prophet. 1 Samuel 1. And when Jesus slept on a boat in a storm, it wasn't carelessness, it was divine calm in the face of chaos. Mark 4:38-39. Their suffering wasn't the absence of God. It was proof that destiny was near. Have you ever felt like the crowd cheered for your silence, but resented your sound? Have you been tolerated for your humility, but rejected for your anointing? Has the very thing that makes you holy been mistaken as too much? You're not imagining it. You've been hidden, not because you're unworthy, but because you're holy. Angela Bassett, Regal. Deliberate. Powerful, didn't explode onto the scene in her youth. Her rise came through rejection, late recognition, and dignified patience. But when the moment came, the world didn't just applaud it, stood up. She's not just a black icon. She's a symbol of what happens when time bows to purpose. And then there's Herod, a king so terrified by prophecy that he sent soldiers after a baby, but Jesus, though helpless in the eyes of men, was guarded by angels. Herod died in fury and fear. Jesus rose in glory. That's the pattern of heaven. The more they try to erase you, the louder God writes your name. Even creation testifies. The sun, silenced by night every evening, returns every morning with no apology. Psalm 19:4-6 says, "It rises at one end of the heavens and makes its circuit to the other. Nothing is deprived of its warmth." You, chosen one, are the same. You are not extinguished. You are rising. You say, "But I'm not qualified." Yet God used David, our shepherd boy. God used Ruth, our foreign widow. God used Peter, Edinia, and still, Jesus said in John 15:16, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit." You are not disqualified. You are appointed. I want you to meet someone, a woman named Amara. She lives in a crumbling apartment with mold in the corners and prayers on her walls. Her shoes have holes, but her spirit is whole. Every morning she sings to a God she's never seen with physical eyes, but knows more intimately than her own reflection. The neighbors call her crazy. Heaven calls her general. Her name may not trend, but demons know it. Because Amara's life is a living altar, she may be imagined, but she is real. She is you. So again, why the 7th of August? Because this is when the invisible becomes undeniable. This is when the spiritual embargo on your calling is lifted. Not just favor, but fire. Not just confirmation, but commissioning. Are you ready to carry what your ancestors only dreamt of? Are you ready to become what your enemies feared you might be? Are you ready to walk through doors that no man can shut because they were opened by God Himself? Then let us bow our heads now. I want you to close your eyes. Wherever you are, your bedroom, your car, your hospital bed, your prison cell. This isn't a performance. This is heaven touching earth. Heavenly Father, I lift up every soul under the sound of my voice. The ones who feel broken beyond repair. The ones who've been faithful in secret, yet forgotten in public. You see their hidden tears. You know the chapters they've never told anyone. God, place your hand upon their shoulders now. Let them feel the warmth of your nearness, the gravity of your glory. Remind them, Lord, that they are fearfully and wonderfully made, that their steps are ordered, that their destiny cannot be cancelled for every no they've received. Release a holy yes for every delay. Send divine acceleration for every heartbreak. Let healing flood like a river. Open doors no man can shut. Reveal promises that have been circling above them like clouds waiting to rain. And God, let this day, the 7th of August, be etched in eternity. The day things shifted, the day the veil tore, the day the oil was poured, in the mighty name of Jesus, the one who rose from death to declare we were never alone. I pray. Amen. If no one else tells you this today, let me say it clearly. You are a sign and a wonder, not because life has been easy, but because the fire didn't consume you. Because the silence didn't stop you. Because when everything said, give up, you whispered, God. I still believe. That kind of faith shifts atmospheres and terrifies hell. And the truth is, the 7th of August was never about a date on the calendar. It was a divine summons. A sacred threshold between the wilderness and the promised land. Everything you've endured wasn't punishment. It was preparation. This message wasn't just a word for you. It was a release of heaven's blueprint. And now, the shift begins. Now, chosen one, I want to hear from you. In the comments below, tell me what moved inside your spirit today. What did God whisper to your heart? What did you remember about who you really are? And what are you ready to release or reclaim? This space isn't just a channel, it's a prayer altar. And yes, I read every single comment. If this word stirred something in you, please share it with someone else. Don't underestimate how God could use your obedience to interrupt someone's despair. Share it with that friend who's quietly breaking, with that family member who's been carrying shame, with that neighbor who just needs to know they're not invisible. And if you haven't already, take a moment to subscribe to this channel and hit that notification bell. We're not just building a community, we're building a remnant, a movement of believers who carry oil, not just opinions, who walk in power, not just popularity, who believe that the greatest days of the church are not behind us, they are rising now. To every person who's supported this message, thank you. Whether you sent a super thanks, commented, shared, or simply sat quietly and received, you matter more than you know. Your generosity fuels the mission. But even more than that, your hunger fuels the atmosphere. To those who gave, thank you for sowing into sacred ground. And to those who couldn't but still showed up with open hearts, thank you for being here. That's the real offering. So until we meet again, keep your eyes on the horizon. Keep your heart open to the impossible. Keep your spirit rooted in the truth that can't be shaken. You are loved. You are chosen. And your story is not over, it's just turning the page. Go in peace. Walk in power. And live in the fullness of who God created you to be. God bless you. Chosen one. And I'll see you again right here when heaven releases the next word.